I will go ahead and start if you're all ready. Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, April 27th, 2022. This meeting is now called to order. Director Paulson, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Thomas. Okay, we'll come back to Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Commissioner Janoff.
Here.
Commissioner Raspy.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Here.
And Chair Hansen.
I'm here as well. Thank you for that. And I will leave the floor with staff to address the rules of decorum and civility for our public meetings.
The public is welcome to participate in the meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meeting is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the agenda. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at board, commission, or committee meetings. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at board, commission, or committee meetings. All public comments at the board, commission, or committee meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the chair may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the commissioners exiting the chamber or meeting room. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the commissioners would return to the chamber or meeting room and the chair would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a board, commission, or committee meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code, Section 403.
Thank you for that. And so then we will move on to verbal communications. And we encourage public participation at all of our meetings. It's very beneficial to the proceedings of our meetings. And we have several ways for the public to participate. First is written communications. Written communications received by staff prior to a meeting are always welcome and helpful to this commission. And we've gotten many public comments on several of the agenda items, especially our last one, which will be the discussion of the draft general plan. And then we also encourage verbal communications as well, which can take two forms. First is what we call verbal communications, which is talking about matters that are not on the agenda. And then there's also the opportunity for the public to speak on any item that is on the agenda. And when I, the chair, calls that item and we call for public comments, you may speak up to 3 minutes, as you may in regular verbal communications. And we ask you to state your name and address for the record. However, you may choose to speak anonymously, but in either case, we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. So with that in mind, I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak on any items that are not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is for items that are not on the agenda. I don't see any hands raised. Let's just give it a couple seconds. No hands raised, Chair.
Okay, and before I go on to the consent calendar, I did want to note that the agenda was for this evening was amended. This commission had a special meeting on Monday night to continue considering the draft 2040 general plan, along with the final EIR that goes along with it. And as we are continued to this meeting, we had our first hearing on our April 13th meeting. And during that meeting, we took all of the public comments for that specific agenda item, although we will continue to take and have been getting additional written communications. So when I do get to that agenda item, we will not be doing verbal comments during that part of the hearing. So the next item on their agenda is consent items. And we have one item on the consent calendar, which is the draft minutes of the April 13th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. And any member from the commission or any member of the public may choose to pull an item on the consent calendar for consideration during the public hearings portion of the meeting. Is there anyone that would like to pull the consent item from the calendar? I don't see any hands of commissioners. Are there anyone in the public that wanted to pull the item for further discussion? I don't think so.
There are no hands raised. No.
Okay, so then could I get a motion from a commissioner for approval of the minutes of April 13th? Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I'm pleased to make a motion to approve the draft minutes of the April 13, 2022 Planning Commission meeting.
Very good, thank you. And may I get a second? It looks like Commissioner Thomas.
Second the motion.
I thank you for that. And so then if there are no recommended changes or corrections to the minutes, we will do a roll call vote, and I ask each commissioner to respond yes, no, or abstain. And I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that passes unanimously. And we will move on to the public hearing portion of our meeting. And our first item on the agenda is requesting approval for construction of a second-story addition to an existing single-family residence on property zone R18, located at 280 Carlton Avenue, APN 424-16-067. A minor residential development application MR-22-002. Property owner Rada and Mihailo Despotovic. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and hopefully you'll correct me. Applicant Shlomi Kaspi, and project planners are Savannah Van Aken and Ryan Safdie. And I understand Ms. Van Aken will be making the staff report.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. The application before you tonight is a request for construction of a second-story addition to an existing single-story house. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 719 square foot second-story addition to an existing 1,304 square foot single-family residence. The proposal also includes a 76 square foot addition to the first floor. The project is in compliance with the town code. The proposed residence would not be the first two-story home, not be the largest in terms of floor area, and would not be the tallest home in the immediate neighborhood. Planning Commission is hearing this application because the proposed two-story home is within a predominantly single-story neighborhood. The proposed project meets all technical requirements of town code, including height, floor area, building coverage, parking, and setbacks. The town's consulting architect identified specific design changes in his report to the applicants and noted that if the proposed house is revised to implement each recommendation, the project would meet the town's residential design guidelines and fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant has revised the project plans to address each of the consulting architect's recommendations. The applicant conducted outreach to their neighbors. 3 neighbors submitted public comments in opposition to aspects of the proposed second-story addition. The applicants are looking for guidance on which privacy mitigation strategies to implement to compromise with the neighbors. Staff is able to make the findings and considerations for this request for construction of a second-story addition to an existing single-story home and is recommending approval. This concludes staff presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
And thank you very much for that. And before I take any questions from commissioners, I did want to go to an item I neglected to do before the staff report, which was to identify if any commissioners had any disclosures for this item. Don't see anyone, and I wanted to see a show of hands from commissioners that were able to visit the subject property. Very good, thank you for that. And so then, do any commissioners have questions for staff before we open the public hearing? I don't see any. So we will open the public hearing by asking the applicant to speak for up to 5 minutes. And this would include any and all speakers on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. The property owner is unmuted. They can speak. We will start the 5 minutes when they begin speaking, and it looks like the architect or applicant has their hand raised as well. Thank you.
Hi, guys. Good evening. This is Mihailo here. I actually have a PowerPoint presentation, and if you can start sharing. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, so good evening, everyone. My name is Mihailo, and we are the Despotovic family, a long-time residents of Los Gatos. We have been living in 280 Carlton for over 11 years. We are a family of 4, and as you can see on this slide, we have 2 kids, identical twin boys, Stefan and Victor. We also included a couple of family pictures where you can see my wife, Rada, and me. Next slide, please. So we'd like to start with basically, we think that we are really excellent neighbors. We've been living for over 24 years in Bay Area, US citizens since 2006. We are both high-tech professionals at well-known local companies. I most recently worked at Los Gatos founded Roku, and previously I worked for many years at Agilent on prediction of diseases and cancer. I worked at Apple. I was on a team that launched the first iPhone, first Apple TV, iPad, App Store, and I'm credited on 3 Apple patents. And I'm now co-owner of a startup making light sensor appliances, improving children's visual and motor skills. My wife, Rada, most recently worked at Intuit, and previously she worked at Oracle, IBM, and Apple Online Store. While at Apple, she developed buy online pickup in store that became really essential during COVID lockdown. I'm pretty sure that most of you are using some of quote unquote our products. Next slide, please. We are truly vested in this neighborhood. We fell in love with Los Gatos while visiting our friends way back in 1998, and we bought this house in 2011. We immediately vastly improved the property. We added new grass, trees, roses, hedges, and fences. It looks really nice. Our twins just celebrated 11th birthday at Oak Manor Park next door. They are very active fifth graders at Blossom Hill, and they're about to graduate to Fisher Middle. Everything we do here is local. Our dentist, orthodontist, optometrist, our health clubs, everything is in Los Gatos. We've been members of JCC for several years, and then we switched to Los Gatos Human Record Club, where we all visit as a family right now. We haven't had a single complaint for neighbors from over 11 years. We are a pretty simple family. We focus on our work and kids' education, and we never make any noise during quiet hours. We do plan to stay here for a very long time. We think it's going to be at least 15 years until our kids graduate college and establish their lives. The point of all this is that we just want to communicate strongly that we are not a random house flipper who came to wreck the neighborhood. It's completely the opposite. We really want to invest into this neighborhood. Next slide, please. We'd like to emphasize that our remodel is already neighborhood friendly. Our only goal was to add 2 bedrooms and a bathroom for our children on the 2nd floor. We did extensive research and we settled on building up. Since our lot is really small, it's substandard, and our backyard is already taken by the kids' activities. We have a basketball hoop, trampoline, play structure, etc. We have a storage. We have a steel shed on a concrete foundation. and our backyard is completely landscaped and irrigated. And it would be a huge and very expensive project to pretty much touch any of that. The neighborhood privacy was very important to us and actually preemptively considered. And we implemented already, even before telling this to Commission, we preemptively implemented some major compromises impacting our return of investment. First of all, our roof is as low as possible to be functional. We could build 6 feet taller house. And we've been told by planners that taller one-story houses have been approved than ours. We are adding only a partial second floor. And the added footage is as small as possible to be functional. We are not adding quote unquote attic. We are not adding anything hidden. We're going to have a real stairs. Everything will be reported and fully taxable. So the Los Gatos will get tax money from us every year. Everything is very clear there. We are doing no wall expansion towards neighbors. By code, we are allowed to expand. We are not expanding. And we're actually retracting some of our second floor walls, which you can see on the plan. The conclusion of this slide is that our design is already smaller and much more subdued than expected and common for this type of project. Next slide. We welcome the feedback. Obviously, it's all documented. You guys probably went through that. We worked really hard to investigate and understand, address, and resolve some complaints. We met many times with city planners, with city arborists, our architect and builders. We did a survey of wider neighborhood for second-story houses. We wrote 3 neighborhood outreach documents, and we tried communicating in person with concerned neighbors multiple times. That's all documented in our file. The complaints were around 2 things. First, it was conformity. We couldn't find any, or city planners or architect couldn't find any zoning or law or code violations. I mean, there is
Mr. Despotovich, I believe that your 5 minutes is up. Is that correct, Director Paulson? He put his hand up.
That is correct.
Okay, so all is not lost. Commissioners may have a question for you, and in addition, you will have an opportunity after the conclusion of public comments to speak again. Do any commissioners have questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so then we will, Vice Chair Barnett does have a question.
Sorry. Yes, sir. As I read through the materials in the staff report, I thought I saw that you were willing to move the egress windows to the side rather than the back. Is that correct?
You're allowed to answer the question. You don't have to be readmitted.
Oh, am I on?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was raising my hand. Actually, I had more slides there. Yes, we offer the reconfiguring of the windows, and we offer the planting of screening trees. And we are willing to accommodate to whatever the commission proposes. We didn't want to change our plan because neighbors didn't really want to engage in conversation. And we were told by our commission that we are going, we are told by the planners that we are going to commission anyway. So, and that our plan as it is doesn't violate anything. So we are willing to change our plan, but we didn't want to change it back and forth because every change costs time and money. We wanted to come to this commission, see what's the outcome, and then to change the plan. We are completely open to any privacy things you guys propose, as long as it's not completely like wrecking our plan. I mean, I hope it's going to be some compromise. It's not going to be us giving up everything. So,
I have a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead, Vice Chair Barnett.
Have you broached the subject of putting the egress windows on the side with your 2 side neighbors?
No, we talked to our side neighbors, and they were actually very, very supportive of this project. And we didn't know that that's going to be outcome of this. If that's the outcome of this, we will, and if we have to talk to them again, we will obviously do that. So I don't see any issue there.
Yeah, this is Rada Mihailov's wife, the co-owner. I just wanted to point out that we are already extremely close to our side neighbors' homes. So moving any windows to that side of the house is something that needs to be discussed.
Thank you.
Okay, do any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see anyone with their hands raised. So then we will go to public comments, and this would be the time for any member of the public. I'm sorry, I think that was the applicant's architect. We can't do that right now, but now is the time for any member of the public that would like to speak on this item that's on the agenda, which is the 280 Carlton.
Thank you, Chair. The next member to speak will be Sasha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Sasha Shkolnik. I am the neighbor right behind the proposed plan. The address is 235 Carlester Drive, and I'm one of the neighbors who submitted the comments. Rado, thank you very much for your presentation today. Our family also lived in this neighborhood for 10 years, and as you probably know, I have also 2 boys going to Fisher and high school here, and we're long-time residents of Los Gatos. Rado did approach us in the beginning. We talked in person, and when he brought the plans to us, I didn't even think twice to say no when he said he's going to build the second story, because while we built before, we couldn't do it for a lot of different reasons, including trying to figure out how to avoid the privacy. So knowing that their architect is Shlomi Kaspi, who was our architect as well, I trusted them because I know how creative he is. When some time passed, and one day I was, sorry for the details, was in the shower during the day, coming out into my bedroom, and through my bedroom window, I saw the people on the roof putting up those orange tape showing the outline. You can imagine my shock. Those are the places where the big windows would be facing right into my bedroom, into my kid's bedroom as well, as we have 2 bedrooms in the back with windows facing the backyard. So I started to go into the plan, and I saw there I proposed 2 huge windows, right, facing into our backyard, into our windows, and that's when I started to write the emails per suggestions from the planner, and thank you very much to the planner for a lot of guidance here. And through several emails, what I'm trying to express, totally supporting the second story, great addition to the neighborhood. My privacy is the biggest concern. I know that Rado and his family suggested to plant the trees. Well, trees will take several years to build, to grow, even those who grow fast, and they will not protect my house for a long time before they do. Secondly, there is no assurance that they will be cut down at one point or get sick, and they would need to be cut down. And I know their proposed defense, well, the fence to prevent the view from their house into my house would need to be extremely high, more than just a foot of lattice. So my proposal was for the neighbors is to use the existing windows that they already have on the sides as egress window. And when I look at the plan, they do reflect the egress code. And I know there is a need, I understand there is a need for the lighting and for the air. This can be addressed either through the skylights, which can be operational with the built-in blinds, or with the windows that are way higher the human, or at least 5-6 feet off the ground, off the floor, to prevent the view into my bedroom. And I think I'm at time. Thank you very much.
That was your time, but I can see if any commissioners have any questions for you. Okay, I don't see anyone with their hands up. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I don't see any other hands raised, Chair.
Okay. We do also have written comments from some of the neighbors as well to consider. And so at this point, we will close the public comments, and then we will go back to the applicant to address the commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Can I have my presentation back? Because I think it would be best just to go through the remaining slides, because they're gonna basically, that's my conclusion. That's our conclusion.
Closing statement.
So here, yeah, so I said the privacy, there was no code violations, so that's why we didn't want to change any plan, but we are willing to open. I just want to emphasize that we want everybody to be happy with the outcome. We don't really want unhappy neighbors. Next slide, please. This is a similar project in very close neighborhood, 0.2 miles from us, 372 Blackwell Drive. As I said, trend is to go up. More people will do this. They have a 20% bigger lot than ours, yet they decided to go up. This is one example. Next slide, please. This is a survey of second stories in our wider neighborhood. We have 3 second stories very close to our house. One is just across the street. And we have 20 second story houses in this wider neighborhood. It's going to be 21 with this pending. And we couldn't see any visible privacy measures. No weird windows, nothing was raised. There are no privacy trees. They all look like normal houses to us. Next slide, please. This is an example of privacy trees. It's an industry standard solution. It's recommended by Rob, city arborist. They grow 2 to 3 feet every year to 30 plus feet tall. They're fully opaque year round. They're evergreen. They're self-enforceable. They're not disruptive to house plans and exteriors, and they improve landscape and air quality. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I hope we're going to find some compromise, which is not going to completely destroy our plan, and which is also going to make our neighbors happy. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And do any commissioners have questions for the applicant? I see that Commissioner Janoff has a question, and then I also see that that it looks like the applicant's architect has.
Yeah, am I being heard right now?
Were the 3 minutes up for the applicant's second presentation, Director Paulson?
No, Chair, there was a minute and a half remaining.
Okay, so Commissioner Janoff, if you don't mind, I'm going to let them finish. Okay, so go ahead.
So, hi, my name is Shlomi. I hope you can hear me. I am the applicant. And I just wanted to, I think Mihailo pretty much summarized everything very well. I just wanted to point out that between the 2 bedrooms upstairs, one already has the egress window, which is the larger of the 2 facing the side. That's where we have that little patio area. The one on the left, yeah, we can switch between the windows, but it will end up with a situation where the bigger window is actually closer because it's going to be only 8 feet from the property line, while facing the back, it's roughly 25 feet.
Okay, and did you have anything else to add, or is your presentation?
I think Mihailo said it all. I'm happy to answer any specific questions if you have for the design itself.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, Commissioner Janoff does have a question.
It's actually have a couple, but they're sort of related to windows. So if I may, either for the homeowner or the architect, is there a reason why that very large window in the bedroom, if you're looking at the floor plan, the bedroom on the left, is the size that it is? It's quite large at 8 feet by 4 or something, I guess.
Yeah, we wanted to make it look nice on the wall. That wall has a little bit like a foot of projection. We wanted to avoid walls that go up 2 stories. It's just a visual aesthetical thing. And that window, to me, is shaped nicely on the wall. But as Mihailo said, we are open to ideas to mitigate, to address the privacy concerns. We're definitely open for that.
So there was a suggestion from public comments that you incorporate either skylights or clerestory windows if the intent of the large window was for light. I didn't hear you say that, but would either of those options be amenable to the applicant?
Technically, we can do that if we switch the egress window to be on the left facing the closer property line. To me, as a designer, it would not look as nice, but I think our first priority, and Mihailo, correct me if I'm wrong, is to get this project approved. And if changes to windows are forced, I don't think it's a deal breaker for us. I hope I was able to answer the question.
And so one last question, if I might, so you're suggesting that you move the large 8-foot wide window from the rear of the house to the, don't know whether it's east or west side, but to the sidewall. So you're basically, would you eliminate the second window or move that large window? And if you're moving the large window, could you comment on why that would make sense, given that it's much closer to that neighbor, rather than reducing the size of the window as you move it to that side?
Well, we can either reduce the size of the window facing the back and still keep it an egress window. In that case, it cannot be a clear story window because an egress window has to have a maximum sill height for escape. Or we can put the egress window on the left, which is the east in that case, facing the side neighbor. To me, it makes more sense to put it on the back because of the longer distance to the neighbor and also the aesthetics of the house. But if the commission thinks otherwise, I don't think it's going to be a deal breaker.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Just before I ask for any other questions, the property owner did have his hand raised, and I didn't know if he was trying to answer Commissioner Gatos' question.
Yeah, I just wanted to, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to emphasize we are open to changes, but we haven't, if this turns out to be something very weird and not similar to any houses in our neighborhood, I would be kind of worried about investment and the resale value of the house, because we investigated 21 houses, second floor around us. Nobody has weird windows. Nobody has like ceiling windows. Nobody has anything funky going on there. So and I'm going to speak open like an engineer because I like to solve problems. I don't really understand politics much, but making windows smaller is not going to solve the privacy. I can still see you from that smaller window. If you put the privacy trees, that's probably the best solution because there is no way for me to see you through the trees. It's self-enforceable. It's completely opaque. Reducing the window is not gonna help the privacy. I mean, I'm open to do it, but it's not gonna solve the problem for the neighbors. Removing the window, will be very ugly. I mean, I never seen house without window on the second floor on that side. So I'm just saying we are open to the things, and we will. But I hope that we're gonna find some compromise, not to kind of make this house very ugly, because it's a very expensive project, and we really want it to look nice as well.
Thank you. My question's been answered.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. And do any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see anyone that has any additional questions. So then we will close the public hearing, and I will ask if commissioners have any questions for staff, have comments on the application, or would wish to make a motion. Let's see, Commissioner Raspy and then Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. As I was reviewing this, I found the notion of a second story unobjectionable. I thought that this was a project where the applicant could have gone higher. They didn't maximize their height limitations. They kept the 8-foot plates on both upper and lower floors. Their FAR has not been exceeded. The setbacks have not been exceeded. So it won't be the biggest property or the biggest home in the neighborhood. It won't be the first 2-story home in the neighborhood. And for all those reasons, conceptually, I wasn't troubled by having a second story added to the property. And then as I looked, my only concern again was the windows and perhaps their placement. And as I looked through the drawings, specifically the drawings on page 36 and 37 over the staff report, I couldn't figure a better configuration that would work. I don't think moving the larger window from the back of the house to the side of the house works. I think all that does is create a different issue for a different neighbor and a much closer neighbor. And so my thought is, with respect to the windows, despite applicants' thoughts to the contrary, I think it might help a little bit to reduce the sizing of both rear windows, especially the larger one. And then as a condition of approval, I would require plantings along the rear fence line. And I would recommend that those be both evergreen and old growth trees. So we wouldn't require some period of years before they're grown to maturation. And hopefully that will create some level of privacy between the neighbors. So those are my initial thoughts.
Okay, that sounds very close to a motion, but let's see what other comments commissioners have. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I have a question for staff that kind of goes along the lines of what Commissioner Raspy was just saying, which is, what is the soonest that privacy trees could actually have the desired effect of privacy for this project?
Thank you for that question. So the applicant had actually met with the town arborist, and the town arborist checked in with them and gave them some estimates on timing and for the different kinds of trees that would work best for this location. They suggested cypress trees, and those trees would be roughly 6 feet to start and grow 2 to 3 feet every year. And so the trees would be almost 20 feet in height by the time the children would be in high school.
Great, thank you. That's perfect.
Okay, thanks for that. Do other commissioners have, Commissioner Janoff?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the comments of Commissioner Raspy. I think it's a well-designed and well-proportioned house. And I do agree that changing in the windows introduces more problems to the neighbors with a smaller lot line distances. So I think that you could maybe make that large window a little bit smaller, but as the applicant says, a window is a window. You're still going to be able to see through in and out of the house, and that's really the whole idea. So it does strike me that the best solution is to do as Commissioner Raspy has recommended, is to make planting of the trees condition of approval. And I just wanted to say, I really appreciate very much that the applicant didn't go as high. We've seen many applications with 9 and 10 foot plate heights. So we appreciate that attention to detail. I also appreciate the work they've done with staff to try to find solutions that are both creative and effective. And I particularly appreciate reaching out to the town arborist. I'm not sure I've heard that before in my time on the Planning Commission, that someone has taken the time to ask the precise question of what trees should I plant, could I plant that would work for this purpose. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Raspy's overall almost motion. And the follow-on question from Commissioner Clark is a good one. You know, what were the alternatives? The Italian cypress look like they're the trees of choice, and the applicant indicated that they would be amenable to planting them. So,
all right, sounds good. And did you have an additional comment, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I do first just want to second what Commissioner Janoff said. I was so impressed by the amount of neighborhood outreach done and the precautions taken to try to be as sensitive as possible to neighbors. I think that's the kind of community that I want to live in. So I really, really appreciate that. And I agree with what other commissioners have said about the project. And I think that we should make the trees a condition of approval. And I just wanted to say for the window, my opinion would be that reducing the window size would only increase privacy for the applicant more than the other home. And so I don't think that that's necessary. I think if they're okay with, you know, that invasion, I guess, of privacy for them, then that would be okay. But if other commissioners think that it does increase privacy for the other neighbor, then I'm of course open with that too.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Clark and Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the comments that have been made and the almost motion. One question I had is whether the screening trees could be planted such that they also protect the privacy of 231 and 239, Ms. Lee and Ms. Wong, who wrote into the commission.
Are you asking staff that question? Because we did close the public hearing.
Yeah, it's for staff.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. I think I would have to check back in with Rob to see what he specifically said on those details. From my understanding, it would cause some challenges because there are some power lines there. I'm not sure if Ms. Armour would be able to touch back on that, but we can follow up with more information.
Okay, thank you for that. I was going to comment. I think what the other commissioners have said was very well said. And from my personal perspective, I was thinking about this earlier today, that normally when we have a property where they're trying to add an additional space in the form of a second story, usually it comes to planning commission in the format that that the neighbors are all up in arms, and there might have been some neighborhood outreach, but this particular application in my mind has been somewhat unique in that even before going to the neighbors, there a lot of thought was put into how would the second story addition impact my neighbors. And so I feel like the applicant's already done volumes even before talking to the neighbors and during the process of talking to the neighbors to try and address issues of privacy and lighting and all the other things that go along with adding a second story. So we'll see where the motion comes out on this, but certainly it probably would go well in terms of goodwill in the neighborhood to try and do a little bit more than what was on the table when we saw the staff report. But I feel like the applicant's already done a lot. And Commissioner Thomas has a comment or question.
I just wanted to add that I'm in support of all the comments that have been said by commissioners thus far. And I think that the applicant has done everything they can do to reach out to neighbors very thoroughly, back and forth, and has been very open and thoughtful throughout the whole entire process to meeting all of the community design guidelines, especially as far as responding and making all the recommended changes from the architect, and meeting all of the zoning code, everything. So I don't think that there's anything that I also tried to look for solutions windows wise, but I don't know if I don't think that there's anything that we can recommend that doesn't cause other issues. So I also agree that the tree screening is the best solution, because I don't think that there's anything else that would really be able to appease all the neighbors. And I would not feel comfortable not approving this application as it is, because these people do have a right to build a second story in this case.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. And Commissioner Jana.
I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Barnett's question regarding presumably adding additional trees, which in my mind's eye would entail not only trees along the rear of the property, but starting to come along the sides as well. My only concern with that is that it really starts to box in that particular parcel, and I'm not sure that would be beneficial to the property owner. So I would support trees along the rear lot line, but I'm not sure I would support them wrapping around. And then when do you stop? Because the neighbors on the sides could say, well, we want more protection, so plant, and then you'd have trees all around the property. That would be very, very weird. So I would support a rear property line planting, but not more than that.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Are there any other comments from commissioners? And so I'm going to actually suggest, if he's willing to, that Commissioner Raspy continue and go ahead and make the motion, since he had it as far as anyone did. So,
thank you, Chair. I'd love to complete my previous attempt, and let me make a motion then for the approval of a request for construction of a second-story addition to an existing single-family residence on property zoned R-1:8, located at 280 Carlton Avenue with an APN 424-16-067, with the designs as presented in our agenda, with the further requirement that applicant plant trees along the rear property line as designated by the town arborist.
Okay, and then are you also able to make the findings as noted in the staff report, and does it include the terms and conditions as well?
It does, with the further findings that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to the adopted guidelines from CEQA, that the project meets the objective standards of Chapter 29 of the Town Code, and that the project is in compliance with the residential design guidelines.
And also including the terms and conditions with your addition of the trees.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Is there a second for the motion? Commissioner Janoff.
Second.
Okay. Do any commissioners want to make any additional comments before we call the question? Okay, I don't see anyone. Okay, so we will do a roll call vote, and I ask you to answer yes, no, or abstain. And I will start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So it passes unanimously. And staff, are there appeal rights for this action by the commission?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision to the Town Council. Forms are available online and at Town Hall. There's a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal must be filed within 10 days.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, so then we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is to review the draft proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2022 to 23 through 2026 to 2027. And this is something that for benefit of the public and our new commissioners, this is something that we do every year. We're looking at the capital improvement program, and with the eye to whether or not it's in compliance with the general plan and the specific plans that we have in town that are approved. And so I will turn it over to our town engineer, Mr. Kim, for the staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Ujay Kim, Town Engineer, here to provide a very high-level overview of the proposed FY 22-23 to 26-27 Capital Improvement Program, or CIP budget. So let's see that we have the slides going here. Thank you. As mentioned in the staff report, your recommendation for the approval of the CIP budget will be based on the findings that the program is categorically exempt at this program level, and that the CIP is consistent with the current general plan and other town adopted specific plans, other plans. CEQA and other environmental requirements are evaluated during each project implementation, for your information. Next slide, please. In January 2022, the Town Council adopted the strategic priorities, which also guided the budget process here. Council priorities related to the CIP are listed here, which include fire protection, comprehensive parking study implementation, Measure B transportation projects, bike and pedestrian improvements, addressing traffic around the town, and environmental sustainability, amongst others. Next slide, please. Here's a flow chart that shows how town general funds are allocated to capital special projects reserve, then to general fund appropriated reserve, or GFAR, for capital project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The town pulls from other funding sources to fund these capital projects, such as construction impact fees, Measure B funds, refuse vehicle impact fees, and traffic mitigation fund. Staff also brings in external funding through grants to supplement CIP projects. Due to revenue and funding budget challenges attributed to COVID-19 pandemic, adding new projects to the CIP has been a challenge. Next slide, please. The total budget for the proposed 5-year CIPs is around 50 million. The CIP budget is categorized into 3 main groups, which are street program, the parks and trails, and public facilities. And each category is further divided into subgroups depending on the scope of the project. Next slide, please. For the annual CIP budget, funds are appropriated only for the first year CIP projects. The total CIP budget for the first year, or FY 22-23, is around 32.5 million. The tables here show the breakdown of the budget for different programs, and also the different funding sources are shown here as well. Next slide, please. The proposed CIP projects support and comply with the goals and the policies of the 2020 general plan. Projects such as the annual street repair and resurfacing, Winchester Boulevard complete streets, and bike and pedestrian improvements all support the goals and policies of the transportation element to improve the roadway systems and the infrastructure of the town. We also have several parks and trail improvement projects in the CIP that support the open space, parks, and recreation goals and policies. Next slide, please. Projects such as the annual storm drain improvements, the pollution prevention compliance, battery power supply, and VMT mitigation program implement the goals and the policies of the environmental sustainability element. And when it comes to prioritizing and scoping CIP projects, safety is the most important factor. And safety element goals and policies related to fire protection are implemented through the vegetation management and roadside fire fuel reduction projects. Blossom Hill Road traffic safety and traffic calming projects promote safe roadway networks. Now, next slide, please. The human services element goals and policies promote good programs and services for the youth and the seniors. The ADA transition plan and local road safety plan will set course for short and long-term infrastructure plans in the town. Projects under parks and trails and public facility programs would maintain and improve the parks and other town facilities for people of all ages to safely enjoy. Next slide, please. Council is anticipated to consider the proposed CIP budget at the upcoming May 17th meeting, and staff is seeking Planning Commissioner's approval for the proposed CIP budget per the recommendation in the staff report also listed here. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. And do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Kim? Commissioner Janoff.
Just briefly, you stated a moment ago that you're looking for the Planning Commission's recommendation for the budget and not the scope, but I just wanted to make clear, and this is a question for staff, that the Planning Commission's role tonight is not a fiscal one, but it's to look at compliance or consistency with the general plan and the specific plans of the town. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Yes, that is correct. It is for the compliance with the general plan and for the CEQA exemption findings.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, do other commissioners have questions? Okay. Well, as always, the document that was presented as a exhibit 1 with this is a very comprehensive, and as well as your presentation summarized all the key issues. And as noted by Commissioner Janoff, we have to be clear, this is unlike the general plan hearing that we're going to have after this, where we're making a recommendation for approval to town council. What we need to do is have a motion to find that the capital improvement program budget is in compliance with the general plan and specific plans, as well as that there are no CEQA issues. So if nobody has any questions, it certainly is fine to make comments if you would like. Otherwise, you could go ahead and make a motion. Director Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. I would just suggest that we open it up to see if there's any public comment on the item.
Oh, thank you for that. Yes, this is like any other item. We do need to find out if there are public comments. Thank you for that. So if any member of the public would like to speak on the capital improvement program budget, this would be the time to do so.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see any hands raised. We'll just give it a couple more seconds. No hands are raised.
Okay, very good. Okay, so then I will go back to what I was saying, which is that this would be the time for commissioners to make any comments, ask any additional questions, or make a motion in accordance with what we're asked to do in terms of compliance with CEQA and the general plan and specific plans. Commissioner Janoff.
I just wanted to comment that year after year we see the community improvement program, and it always impresses me how much work has gone into it, how much thought has gone into it, and that just is a very comprehensive plan, very well explained, very well written, easily understood, and I for one appreciate very much that level of detail and your ability to communicate that to the Planning Commission as well as to the public. So just wanted to thank staff for a really fine effort.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Janoff. And do any other commissioners have comments, or would you like to make a motion? Let's see, Commissioner Janoff and then Commissioner Raspy. Did you? I think he might have wanted to make a motion, but if you're ready to go ahead and do that, he can second. So.
I would love to defer to Commissioner Raspy to make the motion.
Okay, well then we will do that.
Thank you then. I will make a motion to approve the capital improvement budget as presented in tonight's agenda, making the findings that the budget is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA, and that the budget is consistent with the town's general plan and each of the town's existing specific plans.
Very good. Thank you for that. Do I have a second for that? Commissioner Thomas.
I second the motion.
Okay. Are there any additional comments or questions before I call the question? I don't see anyone. So again, we will do a roll call vote, and please respond with yes, no, or abstain. And I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And staff, are there any appeal rights for this action by the commission?
Thank you, Chair. There are not appeal rights. This item will be heard with the other operating budget item by the town council, as mentioned by Town Engineer Kim on May 17th.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, so then the last item, main item on the agenda is we're going to the continuation of the discussion of the draft 2040 general plan, as well as the final EIR that goes along with it. And staff did do an amended agenda. The Planning Commission met on Monday of this week to continue its discussion, which started on in our April 13th meeting. And during the meeting on Monday, as noted in the staff report, we did finish several of the elements and got through most of the comments that on the land use element, but did not finish our recommendation on the land use element. And we, in addition, will be discussing the community design element, and then we'll be discussing the final EIR. And the goal is for the Planning Commission to make a recommendation regarding the overall draft general plan, as well as the final EIR and whether it should be certified or not. So that being the case, I will ask staff if you wanted to make a quick staff report covering anything before we start the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. You actually did cover most of the points that I was going to go over to start us off this evening. Just making sure that everybody who's watching is aware that there are materials on the draft 2040 general plan and the final environmental impact report available in the Planning Commission packets for the April 13th meeting, the April 25th special meeting, and then for tonight's meeting. The discussion so far has been focused on going step by step through the summary of potential comments and potential changes proposed by the public and other agencies and staff, all included in Exhibit 7, and that's from the staff report from April 13th. As previously stated, we have made it through most of the chapters, most of the elements of the general plan, and at the end of the last meeting on Monday, we got through a discussion of the land use element. The discussion of the land use element did go through all of the ideas summarized in Exhibit 7, as well as some other ideas by the commissioners. And though no specific motion was made, because we didn't get to the end of that discussion. The staff's notes include general support from the commission for items 21, 33, and 34, but we expect a motion giving specific direction would occur after the conclusion of the discussion of the housing numbers, which is what we'll be focusing on next. Once that discussion is complete of the land use element, then as the chair mentioned, we would move on to the community design element, and then on to the final EIR. And I'm available to provide additional information on the final EIR when we do get to that section, since that discussion is slightly different than discussing the draft 2040 general plan. There was a desk item today with some additional commissioner comments, but this concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armour. And do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Armour? Okay, I don't see any. And as a reminder to members of the public, we did take all of the verbal comments relative to the Planning Commission's consideration of the 2040 general plan and final EIR during our April 13th meeting. So we will not be doing public comments during this portion of the meeting. However, we have received hundreds of comments over the last year since the General Plan Update Advisory Committee ceased meeting and completed the draft general plan. And we continue to receive a number of written comments and received quite a few verbal comments as well during our April 13th meeting. So all of those comments that you have made have been reviewed and considered by the commission as we discuss the general plan, and we do incredibly appreciate all of the public input that we've received on the draft general plan. So that, with that in mind, we will turn our discussion to, as Ms. Armour and I alluded to where we were in the land use element. The very last thing that we did in our meeting on Monday, which was a special meeting, as we talked about Exhibit 7 is something that staff did for us, and that was part of the April 13th staff report. And it is a summary of all of the comments that have been received since the draft general plan was received. And they did categorize them by element. And while we did go through all of the comments, we did not complete a discussion of what the build number would be in the recommendation that was going to go to town council. And so what we did do is we took a poll of the commissioners in terms of what their feelings were on the possibility of reductions to the build number that were listed in item 20 in the comments. And the options were no increase in housing units, housing levels whatsoever, which is not recommended because that would be in violation of law in the state. The second one is reducing the number of new housing units to a lower, less ambitious target than the 3,738 number that was put into the build table of the draft general plan. C is reducing the number of new housing units to 1993, which is not recommended by staff because that is the actual number for the RENA for the plan, and it doesn't incorporate anything that is naturally going to happen that it has no control, that the town has no control over, such as growth of ADUs and projects that are already in the pipeline. And also that we're required to do a buffer by HCD. And then item D is reducing the number of new housing units to 1993 plus a 15 to 20% buffer. And of course, with that also, while we can look at doing that, we have to also remember that there will be housing units built outside of the timeline of the 2030 or the 2031 when the completion of the next housing element is done. I added an additional item, which was item E, which was to do to leave the number and the densities in the land use section as they were in and as are listed currently in the draft general plan. And that the reason that's not in item 20 is because the whole exhibit 7 was recommended changes. And so leaving it the way it is would not be a change. So I thought it might not be a bad idea before we go any further, rather than just having a straw, a poll of the commissioners, that we should vote whether or not to reduce the number in the general plan versus leaving it the same. And so I was hoping to get a motion one way or the other, and then we could vote on that. And then depending where the commission comes out, that will help guide our discussion in terms of if the will of the commission was to recommend to reduce the number, then we would be able to proceed with that. And if the will of the commission was to leave it the same, then we would proceed with that. So are there any questions or comments on that? Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I think that I will repeat what I said at the end of the last, when we started this conversation at our last meeting on Monday. We're the planning commission. Our job is to plan and make sure that the plans for the town are recommended in a prudent and thoughtful manner, listening to the public, listening to what we have to do legally. So we've got a big decision, and I understand why the number in the current draft general plan is what it is, or the total as well as the breakdown. And I'm also mindful of the amount of feedback we've gotten from the public. Well, let me say that it's more than feedback, it's more like uproar, recommending that we reduce those numbers in some cases to the lowest that we would recommend, which would be the current RENA housing cycle numbers plus the buffer, or someplace in between that RENA number and buffer and what is in the current general plan. I'm in favor of doing what the commission through its deliberation is interested in doing. But I would say, as I did last time, that we are in our planning capacity. We have to remember that the general plan is covering three housing cycles, 2 complete housing cycles, and the initiation of a third. So I'd like to hear the commission's discussion around whether it's prudent or not to simply ignore the next two or severely reduce the targets for the next two housing cycles, which is the general direction that a lot of the public is asking us to take. You know, what impact does that have? Maybe this is a question for staff. If we don't include those numbers greater than the current RHNA cycle in anticipation of additional numbers coming in future RHNA cycles, how would that, I'm just interested in what the conversation around that would be. I mean, I personally feel like we have a responsibility to include those future cycles. Whether we need to do it with specific numbers or not, I'm not sure. But certainly our zoning designations and the changes that we're making to the zoning designations would facilitate growth in those future housing cycles. So I'm just really struggling with that question, and would appreciate conversation from the commission and staff.
Would you like staff to respond to what you're saying as if we were to say focus only on 1993 plus the buffer, how would that translate into possibilities for considering that the general plan is a 2040 general plan?
Yeah. Yes, I would.
So if staff could comment on that, that would be helpful, I think.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for that question. So you are correct. This is a 20-year plan, and the housing numbers associated with the RHNA allocation, that is just for the 8-year RHNA cycle, the next housing element update. And so that is one component of what has been discussed through this process, that there will be another cycle and a half that's included within these 20 years. And so recognizing that the growth shown projected in this draft general plan is based on a 20-year rather than just an 8-year cycle. In addition to that, one of the things though to keep in mind in this discussion is that you have recommended that there be a 5-year kind of check-in on the land use element in particular, and there is an implementation measure for a 10-year kind of check-in on the whole general plan. So there are options through that timeline to check in, or if we get to the next cycle and find that there isn't enough capacity within the general plan, then it may be that as part of that housing element, there needs to also be some updates to the land use regulations. All of that being said, staff, is in support of the draft 2040 general plan as recommended by the GPAC. And if some reductions were proposed as part of the recommendation from Planning Commission, we would recommend that it not be any more than the difference that was noted on page 6 of the staff report for the April 13th meeting, where we laid out certain portions of the build out table, certain portions of those numbers that wouldn't count towards this next 8 years. For example, 300 ADU units. And so we modified some of those numbers to try and make this more of a apples to apples comparison, and then showed what the difference between that and the RHNA plus buffer is. And so a reduction that's greater than that would not be recommended by staff.
Okay, very good. Let me see, Commissioner Thomas, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. As I said the other night, I do appreciate the reminder that we will be checking in on the land use element over the next, at a more frequent cycle than the 20-year general plan cycle. I just don't see how we reasonably are not going to get similar RHNA numbers and moving forward in the future. And so if that's the case, like, I just feel like this 3,700 number seems very reasonable. And I completely understand that that makes a lot of people in town very scared for very justifiable reasons. But I also am very confident that the rest of the general plan and the implementation programs that are going to be done over the next, that are being prioritized over the next 5 years and 10 years are ones that will improve infrastructure and ensure that the town can support this housing. And I think that when people voiced concerns to me prior to when this came, I didn't like talk to anyone about it, but when people, I mean, like when I saw all of our feedback and public comments that were received, I feel like people see this number and have an initial reaction without reading and looking at the entire general plan. And I think that a lot of residents would be comforted by understanding more fully the entire general plan as an entire package instead of just this small piece of the land use element. So I want to be in agreement with the other commissioners tonight. And I've really been trying to think a lot about this over the past 2 days since our meeting on Monday. But I am afraid that we're setting future commissions, housing element advisory boards, and the town up for many more challenges instead of opportunities to meet our future RHNA numbers if we reduce this number significantly. So that's my main concern. And I think that like having a goal, and then if we in 5 or 10 years need to adjust this land use number down, like that's going to be easier to do than getting our RHNA and then having to go back and change our land use, check in with our land use element as we're writing a new housing element. So I don't think we should like plan on having to change the land use element. I think we should try to hope for it to be designed to last 20 years and as the backup, have it be available to be updated. So that's my feelings on these things. And I think also something that is really important is that no matter what the number is in the general plan, the town and the plan itself does not have control over how many units are going to be developed. Like the town itself is not developing these units. Developers have to come in and want to build. And what is much more important to the number of units that are going to be built is how zoning is going to be changed and densities are going to be changed. And so I think that just because this is written into the general plan as a goal, that's a guiding principle, it does not automatically set us up for the addition of 3,700 new units in the next just couple of years at a growth that's unsustainable for the town, because we still have local control. But if we don't meet our RHNA numbers, then I'm afraid that we're going to lose control over a lot of our things that are really important to people in town. So that's just how I am feeling about this, but I really am curious to hear what other commissioners have to say.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for all your comments. And that was very thoughtful and gave us a lot of things to think about as a commission in terms of making our recommendation. Director Paulson put his hand up, so I'm going to ask him to comment before I go to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, thank you for the comments, Commissioner Thomas. Just for the entirety of the commission's understanding, a couple just points of clarification. So the challenge, which has been brought up in public comments as well, if we modify the densities for the general plan to what is currently proposed, under current state law, there is not an option to draw those back. So we're not allowed to reduce those densities. So I just want the commission to understand that component. And to get a little bit to the point, which I think we've talked about before, if the number is changed, which is definitely under the purview of the commission and then ultimately the council, if that number is changed, should we run into an issue, whether it's 5 years or as we start to look at the next 7th cycle housing element out in probably 2029, 2028, if we don't have capacity for whatever the anticipated number there for that cycle is, then ultimately we would be revisiting the general plan land use element, either while we're going through the housing element, or we would have implementation programs in that housing element that would require modifications so that we could accommodate our arena if we didn't have the capacity left. So just wanted to make those 2 points of clarification for folks.
All right, thank you for that, Director Paulson. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. So I first want to say that I really, really value the opinions of my fellow commissioners. And so I'll share my thoughts, but I'm really excited to hear what others have to say. And I'm very open to everyone's ideas, comments, and knowledge. So a few of my thoughts are, first, I do think just one problem we've had so far is misinformation and the knee-jerk reaction that people had to that number. And I mean, I heard people saying that we're going to build 30,000 units, you know, and so it did get really inflated. And also, I think that people kind of did imagine, you know, the town going and building 3,700 units or something like that. And people not really understanding that this is for 3 cycles, like we've been talking about. And so my thoughts are that I think that one thing that the entire community can agree on is that we want to get our housing element through. And I think that we agree on this, whether you're the biggest EMB ever, or whether because you really want to avoid state control and to maintain local control, but we all want our housing element to go through for whatever reason. And so for me, I think that these numbers make it exponentially more likely that we get our housing element through, and that we would need to accommodate for this number of units within the 3 general plan cycles regardless. So, I mean, my inclination for what's really best is that I think that we should leave it as is, or very close to as is, but I also understand that we need to alleviate community concerns. And so I think regardless, something that we'll have to do after this is some additional education and really making sure that people understand the reasons behind whatever decision we make tonight. But I also think in terms of keeping a high number, we need as many opportunities as possible to offer developers. So as many locations and as much density in the appropriate zoning, because there's only so many developments to go around. And I think we don't want all of them to get built in other communities that were a little more ambitious or did do more to accommodate for construction. And so I want to make sure that we're also an appealing location and one where there is opportunity.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. I also am desirous of hearing from all the commissioners on this important issue. I come from the other direction, more of what Mr. Paulson was saying, that we review the housing capacity on a 5-year basis and see where we are. So we're not speculating about what the future RHNA requirements would be. And I also am very concerned that if we upzone 40% of the land in the town, that we will not be able to downzone despite problems with traffic and greenhouse gases, which are noted already in the EIR as being over the acceptable margins, and also problems concerning public service demands, school crowding, and water, which have been a major source of concern to the members of the public. So again, while I'm open-minded, I think that a more appropriate approach would be to start with the RHNA, add the buffer, and then add additional housing opportunities in certain zoning areas, as I've suggested in my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett. Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. First off, like all my fellow commissioners, I think we've collected a diverse group of commissioners with varying ideas, and I think that adds to this discussion. I'm looking forward to the discussion that we're about to have. And then as part of that, as I was thinking about it over the last several days, I called into question a little bit myself. What is the role of a planning commissioner? Are we here to just give our own voices, or is it to give voice to all those in the community? And we certainly heard a lot of voices on these particular issues. And I think, as Commissioner Janoff indicated, maybe upheaval is a better word. And so those kind of set the tone for my thinking and my discussion. And I think at the end of our last meeting, I indicated that I was in the camp of the RENA numbers plus the buffer, 15 or 20%. And since that time, I've done a little bit more thinking, and I want to actually commend Commissioner Barnett. I spent time studying your initial proposal and then your revised proposal that I looked at today. And in my view, those are good starting points for the discussion. I think they encapsulate well, perhaps not the exact number that I'm at, but certainly my thinking on the subject. And like Commissioner Barnett and as Director Paulson indicated, the 5-year review gives me comfort that if we don't get it exactly right this first time, it's not irretrievable, it's not irreversible. This is going to be an ongoing process. I think even if we adopt the GPAC numbers, it probably won't carry us all through all the cycles that will occur during the 20-year general plan. And so at some point it's going to have to be revisited. And so those are my thoughts. But again, I look forward to having this discussion with all my commissioners.
Thank you for that. Before I go back to Commissioner Janoff and Commissioner Thomas, and Commissioner Thomas was first, I will reiterate some of what I said the other night. When we started the process of the general plan update back in 2018, we didn't know what our RENA was. And so we had to kind of imagine what might happen over the next 20 years. And the number we put in during the sand was 2,000 units. And lo and behold, that became our RENA for 8 years. And so getting back to all the concerns that we had in the public, putting 2,000 units in town, although we have no responsibility for building them, it'll be developers doing that. We do have to plan for them. And it's a scary thing for everybody. We've had issues with beach traffic and whatnot. So I'm of the mind that we should look at staff made some recommendations in the staff report that we should consider a compromise position in between satisfying the needs of the 8 years and looking somewhat ahead, and being mindful of the fact that there's some things over the 20 years that we have no control over. For example, staff is forecasting that we'll have 500 ADUs, and that's based on the rate that we're getting ADUs right now. And state law makes it a ministerial permit to be able to do ADUs. There's nothing at all that the commission or the town council or anyone can do about that. So my feeling is that we ought to consider an approach that's balanced, that doesn't isolate housing into one particular zoning category, but that is something in between what we saw and had put out a year ago and where we need to be in the RENA numbers. So something in between those two is where I thought we should be. But I also respect and want to hear from the rest of the commission. So I'll go back to Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I feel like I think that it is a great idea to be able to come back and review the land use element every 5 years, but I don't think my intent of being able to do that and approve and recommend that to town council, it was not so that we can come back and adjust our numbers every 5 years. That was a emergency because things might be changing over the next 20 years. And I still do think that it is our responsibility as a planning commission to try and get this as good as we can for a 20-year vision, and the backup to be, we can review this every 5 years and make updates if needed. And I also understand, Commissioner Raspy, what you're saying with regards to public comments and public outcry and what Commissioner Janoff mentioned. But I feel very strongly that it is also our job as planning commissioners to make sure that we represent underserved populations and their voices, and those that can't necessarily speak up for themselves. And we're going to need to build a lot of these units, and that's going to need to be for people that are young right now, that can't afford, like young children who live in town right now and who are going to grow up and can't afford to live here. And so I do think that we shouldn't just always listen to the loudest voice in the room as planning commissioners. And it is our role to take a step back and think about and make decisions that are best for the entire community. And that includes people that work here, that can't afford to live here right now. So I do really want to come into agreement, but I do also want everyone to make sure that I really do feel strongly about that we should be trying to plan for the next 20 years, even though I know that we have a backup plan of being able to change things at a 5-year time period with the land use element. My last comment that I would like to say is that it was something related to what Chair Hansen just said, and now I didn't write it down, so now I can't remember. I'll come back to it.
Commissioner Jenna.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask staff a couple of let me just start by saying, I noted in the 2020 general plan that's currently in place, there is a discussion of land use. There's no discussion of numbers whatsoever. So I appreciate the fact that we've got a table of numbers in here. It's really full transparency to the public what is happening and is anticipated to be happening in terms of the drive by the state of California to increase housing. And the reason that we're at this 2,000 number now, which is extraordinary in itself, is because Los Gatos, as well as perhaps the exception is Morgan Hill, has not planned in order adequately to get to the population that's most in need. And I especially appreciate Commissioner Thomas's comment about the underserved in our community. That's precisely the sector who we don't hear from, but that's precisely the sector that the state is hoping to be better served through these laws and measures. So I just wanted to comment that I truly appreciate that the general plan is laying it all out there, the draft plan, so that people can understand. I think that so then my question is for staff, if we did reduce, there's two bullets in the list of potential reductions that are reducing the density from 40 dwellings per unit to 30 in mixed use and high density. My question to staff is, if we reduce that density in the general plan, can in the land use element we do incentives to provide increased density beyond the 30 if we were to reduce it to 30? Can the housing element incentivize over what's in the general plan? My suspicion is that the answer is no. But alternatively, can we condition what's in the general plan in terms of the zoning densities that it's 40 units per dwelling or per acre only if you are providing this type of housing, otherwise it goes down to 30.
Thank you for that question. I'll start with one point in terms of the densities and reduction of them, and some concerns about reducing those down to, say, a level of 30. And then I would guess that our community development director or town manager may have more to add. So the one thing to keep in mind in terms of reduction of some of those zones that are higher density under the current draft 2040 general plan is that if we are going to count those parcels as potential for affordable housing, it's not just that the maximum allowed density needs to be at least 30, it's actually that it needs to be a range with the minimum being 30. So it does actually need to be a bit above that. So, and we can talk more about that to provide additional clarification, but that's one component. Providing incentives for more affordable housing is more likely to be something that would be part of the housing element, a program there. But with that, I think I will pass it off to the Community Development Director Paulson.
Great. So, thank you. I think Jennifer touched on a couple of important points. For our default density, which in the last cycle was 20 dwelling units per acre, some of you might remember, because the San Jose metro area is now above 2 million, we are now in a different category, which our default density is now 30 dwelling units per acre. And just to go back, the reductions that are outlined in the staff report, those are just examples based on input from council of what kind of information we should bring for consideration. They're not necessarily recommendations of staff, but ultimately, I think that range, again, getting back to the point of we're not going to be able to reduce the density. Maybe rather than 30 to 40, it's an option of 30 to 35. Obviously, those could be reduced in any or all of the zones to whatever the commission and ultimately the council want. But in those conversations, I think it's just important to understand that default density opportunity. And the biggest opportunity with that is that once we hit that default density, we're going to have better justification, even though we're going to have to provide evidence and additional information to say that those types of sites, because we are increasing the density, are going to be able to accommodate kind of that very low category, which is the most difficult for many jurisdictions, especially jurisdictions like the town, to accomplish. So as you get into those higher densities, that default density is, going to be looked at differently this cycle, frankly, than last cycle. And I think I might have mentioned it in one of the last two meetings because we heard comments about the North 40. They had promised to do, these affordable levels in the housing element and didn't do that. That wasn't a promise from the developer. That is part of the housing element. And because it was a 20 dwelling units per acre, the state said, yes, you can say all of those are going to be affordable. And so that's what was done. Even though we can't compel developers to build to those levels, there's not any state law that allows us to compel that. We do have inclusionary housing, which covers moderate and low, but we don't have anything that can get down to that very low. It's really, as you've seen with the North 40, it's affordable housing developer teaming up with a market rate developer and them basically providing land and other options so where it makes sense for the affordable housing developer to develop that housing. Ultimately, we need to have a density from my perspective, and I'm not sure, we'll see if Ms. Pavetti has additional comments, but I don't think you can put in our general plan, the density is, let's say, 30. But if you do X, Y, and Z, you can go to 40. That becomes challenging. There are a lot of opportunities through other state laws. State density bonus law changed recently and is much more generous. Previously the maximum density bonus was 35 through that law. Now it's all the way up to 80% density bonus. So those are some of the other factors to consider as you're going through this process. But the answer to your incentivizing, I would say no. We can, again, as Ms. Armour mentioned, look for opportunities to incentivize through the housing element, which may lead to implementation programs that look to modify the general plan. That's a possibility. Hopefully we can do it kind of as a standalone option. But those are definitely going to be opportunities through the housing element that we're going to have to explore just to try to come up with realistic opportunities for that very low housing level.
So I did have a second question, unless the town manager wanted to jump in. So my question, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there she is.
Okay, my second question is, would there be any problem with changing the way that the units or the projected number of housing units is in the plan, and instead of giving one lump number that separates it out by zoning designation, we have a table that separates the numbers by housing element. So it's clear that we've got housing element 1 with 2,292 units as the target, and then an estimate for the next cycle and an estimate for the third cycle, because that seems to be a way that we can make the numbers more understandable to the public rather than lumping it all together. And and at this point, I haven't really heard anything. I guess I haven't heard a compelling reason to reduce these numbers down to the number that Commissioner Barnett is suggesting. That may be appropriate for the first 8 to 10 years, but we're still looking at a longer duration plan. And if the expectation is that we estimate a number or put a number forward that we think is reasonable for the entire period of the plan, then I think it needs to be a higher number. If what we're doing is recognizing what we know is our current RENA target, and then we don't know, and we don't know for the next 2 cycles, you know, that's different. But I don't think that's as transparent as we should be with the town. So at the moment, I'm still not convinced that we shouldn't communicate that the number is much higher than the, I guess, 2,600 that Commissioner Barnett has offered. But I'm open to understanding why that would make sense.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just want to just check in because the town manager has her camera on. Did you want to comment or no?
Well, I just wanted to say that I think what Commissioner Janoff is suggesting is some kind of phased housing development in the general plan. You know, maybe 1993 plus a buffer for the first, I don't know, 8 or 10 years, and then some other increment of housing for another time period. I just want you to know that from my experience of having tried to implement a phased housing general plan, usually the sites and that you identify for that first phase is it just never seems to line up with where the developers want to build. So you're still going to be looking at general plan amendments and, you know, having those policy debates. And quite frankly, we're so small that I'm not sure a phased approach for Los Gatos really would really work. So in theory, it can work, but the implementation of that is very, very, very challenging. So I would recommend that the commission focus on a total number for the council's consideration. And then we can work through the implementation once we have an adopted general plan. Thank you.
If I could just add a comment, I wasn't suggesting a phased plan per se, just that these are how the numbers might play out over a period of time, but not phasing it. I don't think I would change the zoning designations that we have to enable the 37 or however many numbers. So I wouldn't recommend a phasing of any of those policies or zoning limits. So it was just a matter of communicating, this is the number we know for this cycle, and then there's going to be more without phasing of anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
So Commissioner Janoff, what I'm hearing from you is just ideas of how to share the information about what this development would be, since these numbers were estimated based on a 20-year timeline. You know, what is that estimate? You know, if you broke that out into chunks of time over the 20 years, how many numbers would go into each bucket is what I'm hering.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Just for clarification of the public, so they're not saying, oh my goodness, 3,700 units in the next 5 years, we'll be overwhelmed. Yeah, we would be overwhelmed, and that's not what we're planning for.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's something that, you know, with a general plan. I mean, it's general, it's long range, and so getting into that kind of prediction, detailed prediction, is likely a difficult thing and might not be feasible. Looks like Director Paulson may have something to add.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we have tried through many methods to communicate the fact, you know, the 1 year, the current cycle versus the 20-year plan, and that we're going to have 2+ cycles in there. I mean, I would say absolute best case scenario from an assumption perspective, we know we have this cycle. Let's say by some miraculous stroke of luck, the state in the next cycle says, you know what, that was too ambitious. We're going to go back to your 5th cycle number, which is 619. So if you even just use that number, again, not knowing what that number is going to be, but if it did go back that far, we still wouldn't have the capacity in what we're currently proposing. I think the reality is, and we talked about this a lot in the GPAC also, is that this is a big leap for the town in a lot of these areas from a density perspective. So we understand that. I think from my thought is going into this, we understand that whether it's 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we're probably going to be reevaluating some other options so that we can accommodate whatever that next cycle number is, because we probably aren't going to have the capacity. And as state laws change relating to housing elements, you're all aware, there's much more stringent guidelines about using sites that were in previous elements, sites that are not vacant. And with a town like ours, we don't have a whole lot of vacant land sitting around. So, those are going to be, conversations over, the next decades, whatever chunk you want to put that in, that we're going to have to accomplish. And we understand that, but we also appreciate that from the community's perspective, this is a big leap from a density perspective in a lot of these areas.
Thank you for all that. I know Commissioners Clark and Thomas have had their hand up, but I do have a couple of questions that I think are really important to ask right now. So supposing that it was the will of the commission to be more conservative and know that we will have to reevaluate this thing in at the next housing element cycle, and that we weren't going to be tying our hands behind our back to get there. I wanted to ask a couple of specific questions about the suggestions that were on page 6 of the April 13th staff report. And one was, it's about the potential reductions. If it was the will of the commission to do potential reductions, Commissioner Janoff brought up about the density. For mixed use or high density, I would be really reluctant, even knowing about how affordable housing happens. I would be really reluctant to change any of the densities for mixed use or high density, because what we really want to encourage is smaller units. And while there's no guarantee that the smaller units will be, smaller prices, they will be, but it might not be as small as we'd like. And that's where the affordable housing developers come in. The affordable housing developers are not going to get involved in low density residential because it's simply not going to be enough units for them to make a difference. So I definitely wouldn't want to change any of that. One of the things that occurred to me since I was on the GPAC, we at the very last minute, it was towards the very end of the process to give ourselves more tools. We did add in the possibility of housing in office and service commercial. And if you look on page 6 of the staff report, that translated in terms of modeling into 313 units. But I don't think any of us, when we were discussing it at the GPAC, thought that we would get that many units out of that. I mean, because a lot of the service that we're talking about are like the auto repair shops. I mean, they're not, it's going to be 1 unit or something like that. And so my question for staff is, would we be making, if we were to take away that particular housing designation to allow housing in office and service commercial, would that prevent us from having mixed use if in another area where there would be office and housing?
Thank you. Office is an allowed use in some of our other commercial zones, for example, mixed use. And so having a mixed use office and residential would still be possible in those land use designations.
Okay. So where I was going, go ahead, Director Paulson. So.
Yeah, so the other potential option there would be, should those types of designations be up to, in office, it currently is proposed at 40, and in service commercial, it's currently proposed as a maximum of 30. So should those be more in line with, for instance, the neighborhood commercial, which has a max of 20? Or as you suggested, should one or both of those be pulled off the table? I think the challenge you run into is if you still want to have the opportunity for mixed use on those sites, then we need to have a density for those sites. So, that gets to be the conversation. And so if you're trying to maybe lessen the impact from a number of units perspective, but also allow the opportunity for a mixed use project, for instance, then we would want to set a maximum density, or sorry, a density range for that designation. Maybe it's just a lower density range, which incrementally reduces that number, but not the entirety of the 313 units.
Okay, all right, I think I understand. Similar question for low density residential. The current proposal in the general plan is to go up to 12 units per acre. 12 units per acre isn't anywhere close to the minimum density that's required to consider affordable housing. So I'm not sure what we get by doing that, except for that we would be not concentrating as much in other zones, because we'd be spreading the housing around more. And also that fact that with low density residential, we don't have any, and we're not planning as such anything for to make ADUs happen. I mean, we're certainly educating people about it, but ADUs are where I would think would be mostly in low density residential. And then to the extent that SB9 actually does take off, we don't know yet, that will be in low density residential as well. So, I mean, would we be hurting ourselves in terms of production of affordable housing by lowering our density somewhat in low density residential? That's my question.
Thank you for your question. I think the major impact of reducing the density in the low density residential zone is the loss of that missing middle housing. That density, you would need to keep it pretty close to where it is, really, to allow the potential for triplexes, potentially fourplexes on some of the larger lots in the low density. That still would need to be designed for compatibility with those neighborhoods, but allowing that kind of that missing middle, that variety of housing, not just the small affordable housing, but that in between. And so if we do move forward with a recommendation to reduce that density back to the existing level for low density residential, because the general plan is no longer providing a place for the missing middle housing, then that discussion and that those policies would be removed along with it.
Oh gosh, we went through so much. That seemed like such an appealing thing to everyone in the general plan advisory committee. Director Paulson.
Yes, thank you. And so Ms. Armour is correct. And as we pointed out in the staff report, that would be the impact to the current draft general plan. I think what we've seen in public comment and we hear in public meetings is, and you referenced as well, we don't know what's going to become of SB9. SB9, frankly, provides similar opportunities from a unit count perspective. And even with the missing middle, unless it was a very large site where you have 5 or more units that are going to be proposed, which obviously SB9 doesn't cover because currently you can limit it to 4. But 5 is our current trigger for our inclusionary housing. So unless it was a large site that would even accommodate 5 units, so you're getting up close to a half acre, even at that 12 range, that's where you lose that opportunity. So the reality is we're not, even with missing middle, that's not going to get into the moderate or low, and for sure not the very low from an income category. ADUs are a little bit different because, as I've mentioned before, we're currently able to count those as all moderate units, even though they're not deed restricted. We're going to have that same conversation with HCD this time. There's actually been some early guidance that in some jurisdictions, HCD may be willing to allow jurisdictions to split their ADUs into three different categories: moderate, low, and very low. And one of the ratios that we've heard is 30% moderate, 30% low, and 10% very low. We're going to have to provide evidence if we're able to convince HCD to get down to that very low level. And that could be based on factors such as junior ADUs, which can't be more than 500 square feet. So those are going to be renting for a lower level. And whether it gets to very low or we're able to split in some ratio, even between moderate and low, those are the opportunities that we see with that. So, ultimately, I think that's the counter argument you'll hear is that SB 9 creates that capacity already, and we're not allowed to use density to limit that. So, you're going to have a lot of those same opportunities potentially through SB 9. It's just a matter of whether or how many folks are going to be interested in utilizing that state law.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So then I will, you've been waiting a long time, go to Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing your questions before, actually. So thank you. So real quick, just on that conversation we were just having about missing middle housing, I do think that it's pretty important that we don't reduce the density in low density residential, just because those missing middle sort of opportunities, I think, are one of the few ways we have of building housing that's at least more affordable, that doesn't require a nonprofit developer to come in. And so I think that that's something that we should keep there. I know that there's some really affordable fourplexes in Los Gatos that aren't technically affordable housing. They're just naturally affordable because of the way that they're built. And then I just have a few thoughts. So I agree with what Commissioner Thomas said earlier. I don't think that we should use the every 5 years thing as a fallback. I think that the conversation we're having, we shouldn't keep saying, but like we can do this in 5 years or things like that. I think it's good to know that it's there, but we should try to plan for longer term than that, because it really is there more as a safety net. And in terms of the public outcry that we've been receiving, and obviously we've heard a lot from the public, and I do absolutely think that our role as planning commissioners is to represent the public, not just our own voices and obviously not our own interests and opinions. But I do think we've heard more from members of the public who are traditionally engaging in these spaces and who have more access to that and, are more affluent and are better off. And so they're more coming from a place of fear. And we haven't been hearing as much from the people who really need this housing, because they maybe are like working 2 jobs. And so they don't have enough time to write public comment, or they're completely unaware that this is happening, or they're currently working in Los Gatos, but not able to afford to live here. And I mean, I work with those people. The nonprofit I work at serves Los Gatos. And so I think that I personally feel like we equally need to remember to represent those voices, even if we haven't received an equal number of public comments from them. And also, I do think we need to balance the public comments in opposition with misinformation. So like for schools, really, we need more students in the schools. Like they're closing in this area, and statistically, the way that the population is going, we need the more children in the schools isn't going to affect the overall number, just because of the way that our population is structured. And then for water, like only 3% of water is used for residential, and the rest is for landscaping and agriculture and things like that. And the last thing I want to say is just that I think in hindsight, community members will be less upset about the higher number and things like that, because I remember when the town was one of very few in the area, not to appeal our RENA numbers, people were up in arms and we're so upset that the town didn't do that. And then every single application got denied. And so in the end, the town saved us a lot of money and time and resources by not doing that. And I think that the same could happen when the housing element review comes around. If ours is one of few that goes through, or we have a lot easier of a time, and other communities who tried to be as strict as they could don't have that same scenario happen for them.
All right, well said. Thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. And then Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Janoff.
I want to thank Commissioner Clark for bringing up the reminder about school enrollment and some of the populations that are less likely to engage in public discourse, because I think that that is really important and is a group that we need to make sure that we are serving and representing. And I also think that the questions about the changes to the densities was really helpful, because I had a lot of questions about that, which ones are really open realistically to change, which ones we can change, but should not, because it won't allow us to actually for the growth that we need. I think adding on to some of the comments that Commissioner Clark just said, I know that traffic is a major concern in town. And I know that that is honestly, for a lot of residents, one of the top reasons that they are opposed to this number of this residential build out chart. And I understand, I grew up in Los Gatos and I still live here, and I fully understand that traffic has gotten worse. But I do think when I look at our pedestrian and bike master plan, and I look at our capital improvement projects, and I look at the rest of the general plan, and when we went to the Planning Commissioner Academy last year and we saw some of the really amazing changes for getting people out of cars and onto transit and into bike lanes and walking, all of us were really excited that we're there and got to see some of the amazing changes. And I think that the potential for those changes are really built into other parts of the general plan outside of this very small section of the land use. And so I think that the GPAC did so much work before I got to it. And I was just so incredibly impressed with how forward thinking with regards to connectivity the general plan really is. And I think that that will relieve a lot of the issues with traffic. And one of the reasons traffic is bad is because people have to travel so far that people that work in town can't afford to live here. And that is one of the reasons why traffic is bad, is because people are living so far away from their place of work. And the lower density, in lower density communities and lower density towns, there is a higher cost to getting transit. So the most important part about getting connected to the rest of Silicon Valley, getting our connection with VTA and light rail, is that we need to build higher density so that VTA will actually bring more service here. We know that Los Gatos has said, we want light rail to extend all the way to Vasona. And light rail is there's no point, because there's not enough ridership, because you don't have housing available there. So I know that some people complain and say that the traffic, because there's too much traffic, we can't build more housing. But really this is if you build it, it will come scenario. And there is a ton of funding available for connectivity and transit, and which makes me super excited for our town. It just makes me very excited for the opportunities, very genuinely. I really do love transit, but very genuinely, it makes me really excited for our towns and for our youth. I know that I'm not a teacher here in town, but I was just talking this week to my students where they're studying air pollution, and they all are the number one thing that the state of California needs to do is get people out of cars and onto transit and other modes, multimodal transportation. And they're you need to make it easier to use, you need to build it out, you need to make it free. And they know this. And I'm come then to this meeting. And I'm I feel these are the people that we're planning for the future. And we have to build higher density in some parts of our town in order for transit to make sense and be economically feasible. And that will significantly reduce traffic in the entire region. So I just get really excited about transit. So thank you for letting me talk about it. But it is really fascinating, because a lot of fears about traffic are very counterintuitive to reality. And there's a lot of studies that show that higher density housing reduces traffic, because linkages to transit. And I think that the last thing that I know a lot of people are nervous about this number and combination with SB 9. I agree with Commissioner Clark, and I appreciate that Director Paulson has reiterated that we're going to have opportunities for duplexes and triplexes and et cetera through SB 9. I think that it's nice to have the double path, like 2 pathways and 2 opportunities, especially because one will be more locally controlled and we'll have a little bit more say in it as a town and as residents. And I think that the only reason a lot of people are concerned and worried and afraid of SB 9. And the reason that SB 9 is here is because towns like Los Gatos, not like us historically, but because towns and cities didn't make the all-out effort to meet their RHNA numbers. And so the state is going further and further with trying to take state control. And I think that we have done a really amazing job with the general plan, and the GPAC did such a great job with regards to trying to be a leader with the racial, social, and environmental justice element. And I really think that this is our responsibility to like be leaders right now. And like Commissioner Clark just said, like not appeal, make it as easy as possible to get our housing element passed as a way to save time, energy, and money for our staff and the town. Because I don't want us to, and like try to make the effort to meet the growth that that the state is going to demand of us, because I don't want us to look back and think that we have regrets because we resisted growth and there's more statewide housing laws that come down the pipeline that strip us of local control. And I think that like we really have an opportunity to be a leader in this. And I know that one major fear of town residents is losing local control. And so I think that even though we've heard a lot about this specific number, I think we need to take that fact and that idea of the potential loss of local control, the more we resist growth and development, as something that we need to take into consideration. I mean, there's even talk that CEQA will be exempt, all new housing projects will be exempt of CEQA no matter what. And so I think that I just really want us to be a part of the solution. And so I'm very excited about the possibilities. Now, I do want to say, I will be done with my comments in a moment, and that's really all I have to say about the general, like what I feel. I do think what Commissioner Janoff was mentioning earlier about the changing of the numbers, I appreciate that we are too small of a town to like phase things out over the next 20 years. But I do think that just adding a little bit of information to table 3.3-1 with the build out, with the explaining before, like this is a 20-year thing. This is the expected growth of the entire county. The state is going to make us responsible for absorbing some of this growth over the next 20 years. This is our current RHNA number. We are going to go through 2 more cycles, et cetera, as a preface. Having that in there, I think would maybe ease some of the public tension. And then also just having that like this number is also linked to all of the planning in the entire general plan. So that's my suggestion for a recommended change.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for all your comments. And I definitely concur that I think we could make it really simple in terms of that whatever the final number turns out to be, to put it into the current RHNA cycle, and then anything after that. It doesn't have to be broken down in any more granular detail, but I think that would help, at least in terms of communicating, what we're doing. And if you look at what staff did in the staff report, they did essentially that for us for our consideration. If you look at page 5, it has the 3738 number, and then when they normalized it for the current RHNA cycle, it was 3038, 700 less units. So I mean, I think something like that is really essential for everyone to have. It'll help with some level of panic, but it is a big number and it's a scary thing for everyone. So Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that not all of the comments we received were negative. In fact, there were a number that came in as we're in favor of growth, we're in favor of the general plan as it's drafted. We understand that there's likely to be infrastructure problems, but don't make the infrastructure that we don't have now the barrier to adding housing that we need, because you'll never get the infrastructure in place before housing. So there are great comments and level-headed comments that came from a different perspective. And some of those comments included, no, we shouldn't concentrate development or new housing in one space. This is a town issue. We should spread housing throughout the town and ensure that the burden is shared. Or you could say, ensure that the benefits are shared, right? I mean, we heard a lot of great testimony during our meetings with, sorry, I'm going to get the topic wrong, but it was engaging the community so that we could hear the story relative to the low-income housing. And what we heard were such beautiful stories of communities and connectedness among people, increased diversity, and sure made me really excited for what Los Gatos, how the dimensions that Los Gatos could grow into. And so, you know, those are all really exciting things. And I think if we think about this as a benefit to the town and try to see it that way and pursue it that way, it makes much more sense, and everyone can engage in a positive way, rather than a not in my backyard way. I also appreciate the comments very much of Commissioners Clark and Thomas, and I would just underscore the concept of leadership. That's what we are here for. We are in a position to make a difficult decision or make an easy decision, however you see it. But that's what we need to do. And we need to make sure that we aren't just playing a numbers game. We should have because for me, the numbers, aside from the current RENA cycle numbers, don't really matter. The point is that we need to plan for growth, and we need to plan for it reasonably. And that's what we're doing. I really am not sure that I care about the numbers beyond the current cycle, but it's still prudent to estimate for the benefit of the public, for transparency. So I'm still of a mind that the general plan as written, maybe pull some of the numbers down a little bit if we are, you know, one of the things that I had a little bit of an issue with was letting ADUs be a standalone number when in fact they may actually be, and Chair Hansen and I have had this conversation over many months, that those ADUs are more likely to be in the low density and medium density residential. And so you're going to have added housing in all density areas of town. Acknowledge that and let it be part of the plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Some very, very good comments. Okay, so Vice Chair Burnett, go ahead.
I appreciate all the comments that have been submitted. I have a couple of thoughts. First, increased housing is not going to bring necessarily low-cost housing. What with the land values in Los Gatos, that's going to be a struggle. And we did hear in the past about some consolidation of interest by nonprofits as well as for-profit developers as being a possible avenue to increase low-cost housing. But from the speakers that I heard at the presentation by, was it Kylie Clark's organization? Was that the community? You can remind me of the name.
Yeah, West Valley Community Services.
West Valley Community. That's going to be a tough row to hoe. I mean, we hope that it happens. I'm in favor of low-cost housing, and it is a housing crisis throughout the state of California. Saying that, I do think that we can achieve significant housing growth in Los Gatos without going up to the 37, 38 number. We know there's going to be SB9 and ADU developments that are going to go into the R1 area and will make a reasonable contribution to the growth of housing in that area. And I think that it would be important to recognize that there is some value to keeping the traditional character of the neighborhoods in place where possible, while still accommodating reasonable growth within the community. So those are some concerns that I have, some perspectives on how Los Gatos can continue to be Los Gatos and yet meet the state legal requirements. I think they're compatible.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett. Commissioner Janoff.
A question related to what Vice Chair Barnett mentioned. It's not clear to me, and staff, hopefully you can clarify how SB 9 units and or ADUs over the 500 planned might be counted. Well, let's not talk about 500. Let's talk about, I guess it's 200 that are in the first cycle. If those are not named as items to be counted in our housing element, but they come, do we count those as units toward the RHNA goals, or do they not count at all?
Thank you for the question. I think there are two different ways to respond to your question. One part of it is what can we count in terms of showing that the housing element will meet our RHNA requirement and getting it accepted by the state. And so that has to be based on our past history. And so that's what this estimate of 200 units over the 8 years is based on. Right, it's based on our past history, which has been increasing, and so we will do a final study in terms of what that final number is. But what we have right now is an estimate of 200 over that 8 years. The second part of your question, I think, is then do those units, if we actually have more than that number built over those 8 years, how are those counted? And they would be counted. Every new housing unit that comes into the town during that RHNA cycle, that 8-year reporting period, would be counted. It would be part of the ongoing reporting that we do every year. And so they will be part of reporting out on how we're doing, our status. But we can't go beyond kind of what our past studies show as reasonable. That's the justification we'd be providing to the state.
So you're saying that in the plan, in advance of anything being certified or approved, but the plan that we put forward needs to have history behind it. But once the plan is certified and we're moving forward in that period, that whatever is built is counted. But I think it's also fair to say that we acknowledge that the ADUs and the SB 9 lot splits might not wind up being low income housing. So if our density and our targets need to be focused on how to develop the low income housing, that's kind of a different conversation. So, but thank you for clarifying how the units are actually counted.
I would add to this, I had brought this up with staff earlier. If you look at what the Housing Element Advisory Board is working on right now, we just met last week and talked about the site inventory, and since the beginning of the month, the Balancing Act tool is something that was introduced as part of this housing element, and the Balancing Act tool actually has the draft site inventory loaded into it, along with a possible housing production. And the way that the tool works is that you want to get up, you can't submit anything until you get up to 1993, meaning that if you're any member of the public or anyone using the tool, if you didn't want to, grow, you only wanted to grow 200 units, you can't submit it because you have to actually get the bar up to 1993. But however, in that Balancing Act tool, it's set up where the 200 units, expected units of ADUs are actually deducted from the 1993. So that's where I think Commissioner Janoff's question was going, and I kind of had the same one. But with the general plan, because it's a 20-year timeline, staff has pulled that out because we do expect 500 ADUs over the course of the timeline between now and 2020. But it does beg the question of, do we really need to plan for 1993 units plus a buffer, or is it the 2292, which would include the buffer minus 200 ADUs, meaning we only need to plan for 2,092 units. And so it's not clear how all that's going to work, but I mean, that is a question that I had as well. And so, you know, I don't know if we have the latitude to think about that as a potential reduction of the overall growth. That's a question.
Okay. So what I would say is the way that we presented it in the staff report, the April 13th staff report, was intended to try and narrow down kind of what the difference in numbers we're looking at, trying to avoid this confusion about how many ADUs are or aren't counted. And so when we adjusted those numbers to the 3,038, that was trying to adjust how much of the development, potential development that's shown in that table in the land use element, in the land use element of the draft 2040 general plan, how much of that capacity might potentially be counted toward the housing element, since 300 of the ADUs could not be counted towards our RHNA requirement. And so then, rather than needing to really fully understand where all those numbers come from and where they go, trying to adjust those numbers then to say, if you start from an assumption that for the housing element, we want enough capacity for the RHNA allocation, the 1,993, plus the recommended buffer of at least 15%. Then you look at the development capacity as estimated in the draft general plan. What we came to was saying that there is some additional room within those calculations, because it is a 20-year plan, because the GPAC was trying to provide some additional capacity so that there would be some choices when we got to the point of working out the details, which is what the HEAB, the Housing Element Advisory Board's working on now. That extra capacity, as we laid it out in that staff report, is the 746 units. So we can talk through more and try to understand how many ADUs you keep in or keep out. But as we laid out in the staff report, if the Planning Commission as a whole, the recommendation as a whole is to reduce below what was recommended by the GPAC, if your desire is to find some way to reduce those numbers somewhat, the reduction factor, kind of the limit of that reduction that staff would recommend is that it not go for more than a 746 unit reduction. And, because we knew there was that interest, for you to have some numbers to work with, both based on the public comments that were received, but also direction from town council to provide you with some nice, clear options. These aren't the only options, and you could do some kind of partial options, but this was intended to allow, if the Planning Commission wishes to reduce, to modify what was recommended by the GPAC, here are some different ways that you could do it. Just like the Exhibit 7 was put together, not as verbatim of all of the public comments, but a summary in a way that was intended to help in your discussion. Staff for many of those was neutral. It's really up to the Planning Commission as to what changes. But we would recommend focusing on, if you want to reduce as part of your reduction or part of your recommendation, what components, where would those reductions be? And focusing on that a number in the range of that 746 kind of as a limit, if you are going to reduce.
Right. And we thank you for that. And that's where I was going with some of my questions earlier. Well, I believe that we're relatively divided right now in terms of whether or not to reduce the number. And so, and it is 9:25. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break And then when we come back, see if we can get to a consensus about whether or not the number needs to be reduced. And it might be a split vote, but I think we need to, see if we can get some resolution on that. And if we do decide to reduce it, then we do have to make a specific recommendation on how we would do it. So let's do that. It's 9:25, and then we'll come back at 9:35. But we do at some point need to get to whether or not we want to recommend reducing the number that's proposed. Then staff has given us some possible ways to go about that. So I'm not sure what the best way to proceed is, but I'm going to make a suggestion that because I think we're divided on this, we could try having someone make a motion, because I don't think that I'm quite sure that the 6 of us that are here are not going to vote for one or the other unanimously. So so the options on the table would be to leave the number as is, which I know at least 2 commissioners are there. And then as far as the option of reducing the number, I think there's varying opinions about how much to do. So would anyone want to try and make a motion and see where that goes? Or do you want to ask more questions? Commissioner Thomas.
I'm happy to make a motion. I think we all know what it would be. And if it passes, then we're done. And if not, then we'll need to discuss changes to the numbers. So, okay. And should I include, I guess I should include everything for the land use element in this?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. So we're just voting for number 20.
I think that would be best. Okay. I mean, we do have to go there on the other ones, but let's take it in 2 parts, kind of like we did with the environment and sustainability element, where we looked at sections of it. Okay.
Yeah. I think that we were in agreement from the other night on the other 3 items that the staff mentioned earlier, correct? Or do we need to go back to discuss that more?
I don't know if that we need to discuss it. I mean, that was close to my recollection on it, but I didn't know if commissioners wanted to relook at it and to make sure that no, I'm saying that no. Well, then go ahead and make the motion on the entire land use element, including the other changes that
says don't. I'm not.
Don't.
Then people will have to vote on some and not others. And
yeah.
I get it. But I can make a motion first for those other 3 if you want me to try and do them together. 2 separate motions. Sorry, I'm trying to be efficient and now I'm not.
You can make 2 separate motions, that's fine. But I mean in terms of timing, I would just make them serial. So
okay. No. Okay. My first motion is to recommend the changes in the land use element outlined in 2133 and 34 and 40. No. No.
Oh, yes. We had a conversation. Actually, that's a very good one to bring up. We had a conversation on Monday about making a recommendation to modify the North 40 specific plan.
Yes. So do we want to make that an implementation program, or just we do want to make that an implementation program? Okay. So yes, include 40 in that too.
Yes.
So 40, 34, 33, and 21 as written in the document.
Okay. All right. So then is there a second? It looks like Commissioner Clark has her hand up.
I have a couple of modifications to a couple of other additions. I think I didn't realize at the end of the last meeting that we were done with it. So can I just make 2 short suggestions?
Yes.
First is to add a definition of rafters to key terms, because they're referenced in the definition of eave, but there's no definition of rafters. And I felt like that could be helpful.
Okay.
And then the other one. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, and the other one, that was supposed to be in community design element. So I will not, and I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
So we're good.
All
and
right,
I'll
so-
second Commissioner Thomas's motion.
So you'll so would the maker of the motion be willing to add the rafters definition to your
The
motion?
rafters was actually in community design.
Oh,
too,
I'm
so
sorry.
Totally my bad.
That was
Thank you.
community. Okay, so we don't have to modify the motion at all. Okay, so it's the motion on the table is that's been seconded is 21, 33, 34, and 40. Yes. Okay. All right. So motion and a second. Any other comments? And this is on everything other than the discussion we've been having about 20. So then we'll do roll call vote. Yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. All right, so that one was easy. So then we have the harder one, which is whether or not to recommend any reductions. So I mean, normally we were only making motions if we were going to recommend a change, but in this particular case, I think we should, if the will of the commission would be to keep it, we should vote that way as well. Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, I just had a question before we attempt to form a motion. It's not clear to me. I think it's clear where Commissioner Clark and Thomas are on a possible motion. It's not clear to me where Commissioner Raspy and Vice Chair Barnett are. We heard in early comments that you were recommending something that was about 1,000 units lower than what's already recommended in the general plan. I'm just curious to know whether that's your current position. So you're really focusing on the current RENA with a slight increase, or has the discussion at all modulated your thinking? And are we still so far apart, or has any middle ground been reached on your behalf? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I just am not sure where we are here.
I actually think that's a fair question, only because it's awkward to put motions out there that are gonna fail, or it's better if you know kind of where you stand. So go ahead, Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll answer Commissioner Janoff's question to the extent I might. First of all, I think I indicated a general support for Commissioner Barnett's proposal as he circulated on April 27. And if I'm reading it correctly, I think it actually calls for a total reduction of 569 units. And as I read those, I supported them, and I still support them now. But I will tell the committee, I feel most strongly about the low density residential, and slightly less so, but also fairly strongly about the medium density residential. Those changes to those densities I find the most troubling of the recommendations. And so those are the ones I feel most strongly about. So which I guess results in about 350 units or so, or maybe a little bit more than that. That's kind of where my thinking is. And so I wouldn't support, if we were to take a vote, which I suspect we will, immediately, not an across the board acceptance of the GPAC numbers. I would like to see some movement, most specifically in the low and medium density residential numbers. So that's my current thinking.
Through the chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So Commissioner Raspy, when I wasn't clear, you were saying that you wanted to see low density and medium density revert back to the 2020 numbers?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And did the conversation about the missing middle give you any pause with respect to how going to the 2020 numbers might eliminate that category and the benefits that offers to the
It absolutely did. And just in my own mind in response, and I think maybe Commissioner Barnett made the comment or someone else made the comment, to the extent those developments come into play, I'm not sure, again, the way those would be priced and built, I suspect those would be high income developments if they happened at all. I'm not sure that it's just by virtue of the fact that we are bringing the densities up that those developments will come in. I understand the argument. I just don't know that it's going to be the natural flow of events that follow from our decisions.
Okay, I'm gonna, let's see. I'm gonna go to Vice Chair Barnett because he had his hand up next, but I suspect that Commissioner Thomas had a response to that. But let's hear from Vice Chair Barnett and then Commissioner Thomas.
I think the reductions that I proposed in my spreadsheet are reasonable and consider all the factors that have been talked about in realistic terms. How much are we going to be able to reduce traffic by multimodal? I mean, that's certainly the goal, but I think questions were raised by the public as to how practical that is in real life. And the other concerns about character of the neighborhood. And in general, of course, I'm working out the 3038 number with my reduction of 569, getting to 2469. Not the 3738 number.
Well, the 3738 number, as per the staff report on page 5 versus page 6, they parse that out between what's beyond the current housing element and what's in the current housing element timeline.
Yeah, I think that's realistic.
Yeah. Can you reiterate for everybody that might not have that page open what the components of the reductions were that you were recommending?
Yes. A second here. The print small. So nothing in the, let's see. Oh, the low density, I was proposing all 279. The medium density reduction was 165. The community commercial to neighborhood commercial was 58. And the central business district was 67. So that's a 50% reduction in the medium density and in the central business district, and 100% in the low density.
What was the last one? You said 58 in community commercial, neighborhood commercial, and then what was the last one?
Central business district.
And how much was that?
Half of the total, 67.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so that helps because not to have every page open at the same time. So, okay.
Could I just have, through the
Go
chair,
ahead.
clarifying question? So, Vice Chair Barnett, you're recommending a reduction of 165 medium density residential units versus over what I'm looking at, table 3-1 in the general plan, and there's a total of approximately 570 units in the medium density. You're proposing to keep the balance of that number, but just reduce it a little bit?
A second here.
And actually, I have the same question. Again, looking at table 3-1 in the draft general plan, the low density residential total number is 283 plus 84, which would bring us to about 367. So it looks like I'm not sure what table you might be looking at, but that's my reference in terms of the numbers proposed in the current draft of the general plan that we would be reducing from.
Gosh, I've lost my place now.
Through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So Commissioner Janoff, I recommend you also take a look at page 6 of the staff report from April 13th. I believe that the numbers, some of the numbers that are proposed for reduction are from that list of potential reductions laid out by staff. in response to previous input. And so one of those, the 279, is the reduction in housing if the low density housing designation were to revert back to the density allowed in the current general plan, the 2020 general plan. And then it appears that the 165 unit reduction for the medium density residential designation that's proposed by Vice Chair Barnett is half of the reduction, kind of basically going halfway down to what is currently allowed in the 2020 general plan, because bullet number 2 on page 6 of that staff report talks about reverting the medium density housing designation to the existing 2020 general plan level, and that would be a reduction in 327 units.
So
Okay, and
the
the,
director has something to add to.
yeah.
So that's correct.
Through the chair, I think it's, yeah, so I think it's important for the commission to understand that the numbers that are in the staff report and that Commissioner Barnett or Vice Chair Barnett's using, that's the delta between what the existing general plan and the proposed general plan. So that's why it's not coming up with the numbers, Commissioner Janoff. You're looking at the new, and that's why they're not jiving. You're on mute.
So there would be some development. Sorry,
Right, the numbers wouldn't be 0 for low density and 0 for, or 165, well, it might be 165, but it wouldn't be 0 for low density, is what I'm hearing.
Correct, because there is still, even with the current densities, some capacity for growth and redevelopment.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on just what was said though? I mean, I'm looking at the table in 3.1 and so just take low density residential. It talks about the density range, the proposed new density range, and then with the assumed redevelopment rate, it's 84 units for low density residential. But if we reverted to the existing 2020 levels in the staff report, as described on page 6, it would be 279 units. Why would it be 279 units versus 84?
Thank you for that question. So the new housing from the low density residential is actually 283 on vacant land plus 84 for redevelopment. So the total, those two columns actually get combined to give you how much additional housing would be estimated within the low density residential designations.
Yes, of course. Anyway. Good. Actually, I should have had my glasses on when I was looking at that. But it's still not. It's still not the same, because 283 plus 84 is well over 300, and then 279 is less than that.
Right, and so 279 is if we had table 3.1 and we put in appropriate assumptions based on the current density for the current 2020 general plan, those numbers in the columns would not be 0. There would be some redevelopment, there would be some new units on vacant land. It would be less than what is here because the densities would be lower, the redevelopment assumptions would be lower because of those lower densities. So what we put in the staff report for some of the designations is, what's that delta? We worked with the consultant to figure out what would those numbers be if we kept it at the 2020 general plan? And we said, what's the change? So if you revert back to the 2020 general plan, you don't remove all of the 283 plus 84 units. It's a portion of that.
I see. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for explaining that. Director Paulson.
And just another way to think about it, it's roughly, I think Vice Chair Barnett is looking at roughly half of what is allowed in the proposed general plan. So currently the maximum density in the medium density is 12. The proposed is 24. So if you split that in half, you end up with somewhere, and we'd have to run the numbers, but somewhere the max would come down from 24 to 18, right? Because the difference between 12 and 24 is 12, and you cut it in half. And so it'd be probably around 18, if not 18 exactly. So that's how you could think about some of these numbers where, it's half, whether it's this proposal or some other proposal, which might have a different ratio, but this one happens to be half.
Okay. Thank you for that. That helps because, you have to kind of think through the whole problem. Vice Chair Barnett and then Commissioner Thomas.
I just wanted to say that I was looking at the reduction numbers on page 184, and I did play with the medium density residential figure and figured it 8 to 18 instead of 14 to 24, just as an example.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I think that thank you for the clarification about the reduction and everything. I've been doing some math over here now. I think that I understand the argument that higher density does not automatically equal lower income, but it does allow for that possibility. And not including higher density is going to make lower income housing less likely to happen. So I know that there's just been a lot of talk with the GPAC. I mean, the GPAC, I know before I joined, talked a lot about how all of town has to absorb this new growth. Like, we all have to be responsible for it. And we all have to be responsible for trying to increase low income housing throughout town and affordable housing throughout town. And I completely understand that we could do everything in the world and still housing is still going to be expensive in Los Gatos, but we're definitely guaranteeing that we're not going to improve access to affordable housing if we don't increase our densities in certain areas. So I personally don't feel that the argument that higher density doesn't automatically equal more affordable housing or low income housing is a reason that we shouldn't increase densities.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Clark.
I'm just going to quickly tag on to what Commissioner Thomas just said. I completely agree. I think even though just, a fourplex existing doesn't mean that the units will be completely affordable. Naturally, smaller units cost less, and so it will be more affordable than other housing. And I think we really can count on that. And I really agree with what she said, that it's everyone's responsibility. It's every designation's responsibility. Just because you live in a single family neighborhood shouldn't mean that you're completely immune to these changes. And I really feel like the purpose of the kind of housing that this would allow, like fourplexes and triplexes and things like that, is that it blends in with the neighborhood. And I think that once there's a few around, people will see that they're not so scary and that they can make a valuable contribution to a neighborhood. And so I really think that we should reframe how we're thinking about them. I think that they kind of guarantee more affordability compared to a large single family home.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I see the appeal of reducing the low density designation. It seems to be popular among those who are most concerned, and I can understand that. And there's also been discussion that designation isn't likely to generate much or as much housing, period, versus affordable, let alone affordable housing. But the reason I'm having trouble with reverting back to the 2020 numbers is precisely what staff said, and that is that we lose the missing middle. I can't express to you how long and deeply the GPAC discussed missing middle and how important those concepts are in ensuring that the character of the town, the visual character of the town is maintained. The transitions between single family or single story and two story to the transitions in different areas between low density and medium density are really accomplished most beautifully by the missing middle concept. And it's a very, very important concept that I personally would have a lot of trouble just throwing completely out. And if that's what the effect of reverting back to the 2020 general plan density for low density, I would not be in favor. The changing the medium density, maybe, but again, there are unintended consequences of messing around with the numbers. And I think we run the risk of throwing something that's really important completely out. So I guess relative to Commissioner Barnett or Vice Chair Barnett, I would agree that the community commercial community commercial or neighborhood commercial could be reduced. The office and service commercial, which is 313 units, maybe that could be reduced. But I mean, I'm really concerned about losing the opportunity in high density and many units of affordable housing aside. We heard a lot of feedback from the community about how we didn't want to ruin the visual look of Los Gatos, and the missing middle really gives us more control over how that is going to be affected than anything. And if we can think about missing middle as being a better for the town alternative in terms of retaining town charm and town character than the SB9 simple lot splits, which could just be ugly boxes, and we have no discretion whatsoever over how those look as long as they meet building codes. So I think we lose something extremely valuable in the ability to hold on to or control the character of our town when we throw out the missing middle. So I would not be in favor of changing the density in the low density back to 2020 numbers.
Okay, and then thank you for that, Commissioner Janoff. Commissioner Raspi, you had your hand up, but you put it down, so no more. Okay, back to Commissioner Thomas.
I just really wanted to echo what Commissioner Janoff just said, because I do think that missing middle is the key to maintaining our town character, which in addition to the traffic and the other and infrastructure concerns, I know that is a huge concern of residents in town. And it is something that is really important to a lot of people that live here. And I do think that if we can build visually appealing structures in low and medium residential areas right now to accommodate for our growth, we're going to avoid having to go back and change like the heights so that we're building a ton of concentrated housing on Los Gatos Boulevard. And I know other communities have had this struggle in the past where they have, I know up in San Mateo, that they have made decisions to keep their low density residential densities lower. And then a lot of their growth has been concentrated in areas and gone really upward because that's the only way that they can build more housing. And then people have been really unhappy with that in the area too. So I do really think that missing middle, I know that it was discussed a lot before I was on the GPAC, but I do know that like it was definitely a priority and there was a lot of thought put into that with the whole entire general plan. And I do think that it's something that is particularly helpful here in town that we're like truly missing for our specific residents and future residents.
No, thank you for that. Before I take the additional comments, I wanted to ask staff a question. We haven't completed the process of the objective standards, but Vice Chair Burnett and I and former Commissioner Birch had worked on kind of where we could go with the objective standards, and the consultants have taken it to the community. But supposing that we stay with the existing proposed densities in the draft general plan 2040, what tools do we have in town to make sure that the vision that we have described in the general plan, make sure that it doesn't change the character of neighborhoods? Because I know people are really panicked about, especially, well, everyone's neighborhood, but for instance, historic neighborhoods and whatnot. What tools do we have to enforce the idea of the missing middle?
Thank you. I would say that yes, we are working on an objective standards we're going to the community for a community meeting with a list of draft standards based on the work that you discussed. That's going to be on May 12th to get input on that. And once we do get further input, then that will be proceeding to Planning Commission and Town Council. That is really targeted at the high density, medium and high density residential and mixed use projects, rather than these duplex type projects that go through the SB9 process. When we do work towards a permanent ordinance for the SB9 type projects, that will include, as it did with the interim ordinance, some objective standards there as well. But for a lot of those smaller projects, we don't have a whole lot of objective standards that apply to them. It does look like Director Paulson has something else to add as well.
Thank you. Just briefly to try to differentiate from a control perspective, SB9 versus missing middle. Missing middle, we would be using the controls of the underlying zone. So setbacks, height, coverage. That's where you get to what a lot of you have been talking about, where you get the potential form of a single family house, but maybe it has 3 or 4 units in it, right? So you still have those controls from a zoning perspective. Now, there could be some consideration after, if a general plan gets adopted, to modify some of those, maybe allow an additional 5 feet or, a little bit more FAR like we do for ADUs, because we know we're having more units. Whereas SB9, a lot of those controls are gone, right? So the side and rear setbacks are 4 feet. Our lowest side setback for a residential building, and I'll use the R1D, which it happens to be medium density residential, is 5. So, so it's those types of things where a lot of the provisions of SB9 give way more flexibility to whoever's developing those. And so that's where that control comes in. The other is obviously SB9 is going to be tied to, objective standards. So when we're doing the ordinance, we may want to look at that as a, kind of separate document. As Ms. Armour mentioned, the current objective standards really are mixed use and multifamily. So, that's something to use as you're thinking about this from a control perspective. That's the simplest distinction I can make at this point.
Okay. I think that's fine. And, and we do have residential design guidelines. And if you're really trying to make a duplex in the same form factor as a single family home, then the residential design guidelines apply as well. So, okay. Commissioner Clark and then Vice Chair Barnett.
I just want to say that I think we're seeing that it's risky when you start to play with the numbers. And for me, I think what this is really all about for me is opportunities and the number of opportunities that we're providing. And I would hate to see us have to, choose what density we're reducing in order to lower the numbers just because we want to lower the numbers and then miss out on some opportunities that we could have had otherwise. Because I really I just want to emphasize that we need a bigger number because these units can't all get built. It's not going to be like we allow for all of this development and developers all come in, but I think that we need to make sure that we're providing options and that we're not limiting ourselves, which I just think that we do start to do that and when we start moving around the numbers like that and kind of having to choose where that happens.
Okay, no, thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Barnett.
There we go. I just wanted to point out that in my proposal, there would be mixed middle in the medium density residential zone or area in that designation. And again, I'm harping back on what I've said before, but the ADUs and the SB9 units will add density to the low density residential designation as well. One concern I have with the 3738 number or the lower number is how are we achieving that? Is it possible to realistically and reasonably project what the housing is going to be in the 7th and 8th RENA allocations? I think that the number is somewhat arbitrary, and it makes more sense to focus on what we have and then to adjust as we go forward. Although I recognize there'll be some small inconvenience in amending the general plan at possibly 2 different cycles downstream, but it seems to me that's the more responsible approach rather than going into this with some speculative numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett. Commissioner, let's see, Director Paulson had something to say, and then I'll go to Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pull back a little, kind of how we started this conversation, which was maybe we should have the conversation or ask the question of, does the majority of the commission think we should reduce the number or not? Because if the majority thinks we should reduce the number, then we can get into all the which designations, how much it should be reduced. So I would say, going back to where I think Commissioner Thomas started, that's where we're going to start. Then we got to the elements outside of 20, but we were still going to come back to that 20 conversation of should the numbers be reduced from what's currently proposed, if there's a motion to that effect, and see where that goes. And then that will help inform this continued conversation, I think, about what if any modifications should be done.
Okay. Well, that's how I started at the very beginning. And then, I think a lot of the commissioners had a lot to say, and there's been a lot of very good discussion. Here's a suggestion. I think that if I had to read where everyone was at, I'm going to say that we have 2 commissioners that are on the same place with Vice Chair Barnett's suggestion that was submitted in writing. We have 2 commissioners that are firmly convinced that we should stay with the numbers already proposed in the 2040 general plan, and then the Commissioner Janoff and I are somewhere in the middle. I think is where I would characterize us. So then the question should be, I think, as said, whether or not we reduce it at all, and then we can see if there's consensus about that, if we can get agreement on what the number is. Although I suspect that the people that wanted to keep the number the same would not be comfortable with any changes that got made. But nonetheless, we have to kind of come to a decision. So I have comments from Vice Chair Barnett and then from Commissioner Thomas.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I agree with the approach from the chair.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Thomas.
I think that it's really important for us to try and maintain as much local say and control over what housing gets developed in low density residential. And if we don't increase the density and the only option is the SB 9 route, and we don't have any control over that, I think residents are going to be not happy with our decision. And so that makes me really nervous about reverting back to the current general plans density especially for low density residential, because I think that we want to keep the option open that people have the opportunity to increase density with input from neighbors in the town and everything. So I feel that way. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like from Director Paulson, I don't know if I need to make a motion in it I'm fine with my motion failing if it does, but I also don't need, I can make a motion, but do we need to continue to discuss options? I'm not entirely sure what to do moving forward.
Well, I think that the staff did make the recommendation that we should see if we can't get some resolution on reduce yes or reduce no. And then we could talk about how I can tell you, for me personally, I would be very uncomfortable about reverting to the general plan densities, the 2020 densities in any category, honestly, because I think that we're going to have unintended consequences. When I looked at the proposed site inventory for the housing element, something like 70-80% of the sites are on Los Gatos Boulevard. And while that makes a lot of sense from so many dimensions, because we can put more high density and mixed use housing there, it's close to commercial, for all those things, it also has the unintended consequence of if it all gets built there, if you think the traffic is really bad now, and Los Gatos Boulevard is one of the places where the traffic is the worst, how much worse is it going to get? What if what if there's, several hundred units spread throughout the city, through all of our single family neighborhoods? That's going to be incrementally way, way, way less traffic for everyone. And it won't be felt at all. So, I mean, I wouldn't, while I'm kind of not in one side or the other in terms of where I come out, I wouldn't be comfortable with going to zero change in any zone. Commissioner Janoff.
So as the other person who's sort of in the middle here, I'm gonna make a recommendation that we start with the 2262, which is the current RENA cycle, and we add to that 2 cycles of 600 units, which are commensurate with the previous RENA cycle. So we have some history around why that might be. That gets me to a total of 3,462 units. If I subtract that number from the 3782, that is the total proposed in the current draft general plan, the difference is 320. My proposal then would be to remove housing from office and service commercial designations, which is 313 units. So that would be my recommendation. So we're coming down off the 3782. We're recognizing that we're going to get something in the next 2 RENA cycles, possibly not as much as what we've had this cycle. And then my question to staff was, are there any unintended consequences of removing that, removing housing from office and service commercial that would make that less than a desirable option? But that would be my proposal.
Commissioner Thomas really wanted to say something.
I think the number you're saying 3782, but I think it's 3738, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before you wrote down any firm math.
And the RENA plus the 15% buffer, I believe, is 2292.
2292. Yeah, I've got a lot of little errors in my math, but you get the idea where I'm
we totally get it. So
we need to find a few more units if this seems like an acceptable approach. But I'd be interested in hearing from staff whether, I'm so concerned about the missing middle loss that I don't want to go there. Would this create any, these are new housing opportunities for us. In general, these weren't planned, these came up during GPAC as a, gee, what if we added these here? It might be beneficial to the people who work in these sort of environments. But we also had some concern about, them becoming only housing. So anyway.
It was the last thing that we added out of everything that we discussed.
Yeah.
And so that's where I had started. So, but yeah, go ahead, Steph.
Thank you. So the only unintended consequence I see is we don't see it very often. Can't recall any in the office, but technically someone could propose a mixed use office project. And so that would be the only one, but that obviously also is the largest number between office. The service commercial is, kind of the light industrial, which was a new one for sure, but that was only 54 units, I think. So that's the only unintended consequence I could see. The other is, the office is spread around town, so you have the option for that disbursement as well, given what everyone's been talking about tonight. So that's off the top of my head. Those are the kind of couple things that, from a consideration perspective, like the commission to think about.
But let me go back to what I asked earlier, though. If there's office properties that are currently in a mixed use general plan designation, they can add housing. Right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So for example, the new office building that's being constructed was approved a few years ago on Alberta Way. That actually is the highway commercial designation. And so anything in that zone can be office. It also can be mixed use, office and residential or other mixed use.
Okay. So where I was going with that is that by removing that designation, the where it's just office or just service commercial, we're not eliminating the possibility of mixed use using office. But it would have to already be in a designation where mixed use and with residential were permitted along with office.
Correct. It's just eliminating mixed use from those that are actually designated with the office land use designation.
Yes. Okay. Got it. All right. So was that a proposal, Vice Chair Janoff? Was that it was sort of heading towards a motion, but you're on mute.
I'd be happy to call that a motion. If somebody has the correct numbers.
Let's see.
The numbers one more time so that we know them.
All right, so let me use the correct numbers. We're at 2292 for the current RENA cycle, plus 600 for the next RENA cycle, and 600 for the third RENA cycle. Gives us, it adds 1,200 units to that. However, if you want to be really precise, we only have a fraction of the third RENA cycle. We could change that third 600 down to, I think, 200 if you wanted to do that. So adding, let's say, 800 units, 600 and 200, then we're at, what are we? 3,092. And then we subtract that from the 782, 738.
3738.
37. It's been a long day. Okay, 3738. So if somebody wants to do that math, that comes out to about 720 units or so.
Okay. I'm just going to have you hold for a second because the town manager just turned her camera on. So, but then I'm going to give you back the floor, Commissioner Janoff.
I just want to make sure that the motion includes the totality of what your recommendation a few minutes ago did, was that in order to get to that reduced number, you were proposing that we remove housing from office and service commercial on the order of the 313 units. That might be a simpler way of explaining the net effect. Just a suggestion.
Question through the chair for the town manager. Is it
Yes.
reasonable to reduce that third RENA cycle number from 600 if we only have a partial RENA cycle to accommodate under this general plan draft?
I think really the real exercise is what total capacity would you like to see in the 2040 general plan? And I think it is useful, as we were talking earlier this evening, to explain that we're trying to not only accommodate the current RENA, but also future RENA. But I think, we can do that more in a narrative. I think it might be simpler to just really focus on, that the idea is that we need capacity for missing metal based on the conversation. The commission is interested in more mixed use opportunities. However, in the interest of trying to protect service commercial and some of these other needs that we have in the town, that really what we're talking about is a net decrease of the 313. So, and we can provide the context as discussed earlier, but I think simplifying the motion might be easier for as we continue to move forward in the process. So that, again, that's just a suggestion based on, you know, the very nice recommendation you made just a few minutes ago.
So question for, so I understood all that. So question for Commissioner Janoff. If I'm kind of going back where the town manager is going with this, which is we should really be thinking of what is the overall capacity that we have. And based on the draft 2040 plan, we have 37, 38 as, you know, with the reasonable growth in during that time frame, given the densities that are proposed. And if we take 313 off the table, then that only gets us down to 3,400 and something, right?
3425.
Yep.
Yeah, which is where I'm prepared to stop.
That is actually where you first started talking. So, you know, yeah. And you know, and if you look at what makes up that number, you know, part of that is 300 units of that is ADUs that are not going to be built until after 2031. So that, you know, so in terms of more current housing, you know, that number is going to be likely under 3,000. Okay. So let's see, we have comments or questions from Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Thomas.
So yes, I do just want to clarify. So now we're talking about subtracting 313 units from the 3,738 original number, which would give us 3,425 as the number. Cool.
Yep. Okay. And then Commissioner Thomas, did you have a question or a comment?
Both. My question is that where I think that we need to follow up with where those numbers would come from. That's what I'm hearing from the town manager, that we need to make sure that we're pulling, like reducing that 300 from a specific place. And I'm only seeing 259 in office professional. So that's a little bit confusing to me, or I'm not following something. And
if you look on page 6 of the staff report, one at the bottom, it says these are some options to reduce, and it says if we remove housing from office and service commercial, it equates to 313 units. And what's behind that is they would be changing the densities. And I think it's also a permitted use thing for that category, but
oh, because it's office and service commercial combined, but on
yes.
the
Yes. Yeah,
right.
I think
59 plus 54. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we all knew. Yeah, I don't know if you remember when we discussed it at GPAC, but we all knew that service commercial is going to be a lot smaller because we're talking about like auto
50.
repair shop,
putting
a unit above that you live in. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. I just was like, I thought you were only referring to office commercial professional, and I was like, wait, no, but it's office and service. Okay, cool. Okay, now I understand that. My concern with this is that I think that most of the feedback and input from the community that we have gotten is that people don't want growth and development in low and medium density residential areas. And so now we're just taking off the table development in other areas just to appease and make the number seem lower. And I feel like we're just taking away options for developers and not really actually like, I mean, I truly commend Commissioner Janoff for you trying to like get us to a consensus, but I just fear that the fear is coming from those other neighborhoods. So if you could like,
yeah, let me elaborate a little bit. I think as we look back over the course of the meetings and information we've received from developers in particular, we've heard a lot of input that this particular format is an unlikely format to build, that office builders build office and home builders build homes, and putting the two together is an unlikely, maybe it's a laudatory vision, but it's an unlikely thing to happen. So realistically, looking at what developers would be interested in building, I think this is a very unlikely format. I could be wrong, but if that's the case and removing it doesn't affect any of the really special things that GPAC wanted to do to incorporate real beautiful change into the community, this doesn't really impact that vision. So that's my thinking behind it, and thank you for asking.
Director Paulson.
Thank you. I think Town Manager Privetti may have some input.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Privetti.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I think we have a motion on the floor, and typically we need a second before discussing it. So
Actually, you are correct about that, and I was remiss in because so many hands came up. Can we get a second for Commissioner Janoff's motion? Commissioner Clark.
I second.
Okay, so we do have a second, so we can continue the discussion before voting. And thank you for reminding us of that. Director Paulson, do you still have, did you have something? Oh, you were just letting us know that the town manager wanted to speak. Okay, and then Commissioner Clark, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to jump off of what Commissioner Janoff was saying about the reasoning behind this. And I think something else we've discussed a lot tonight is everybody needs to do their part. And so it's, to me, it's if we do want to be a little less ambitious and build a little less housing, I want to do that in a way that doesn't alleviate anyone of playing some sort of role in this, because we need to do this as an entire community. And so I think that, along with it not being as realistic of an option for developers, to me makes it the best way that we can reduce our numbers. Okay,
no, thank you for that. I would comment that I like where this is going, and that was my first thought when we were thinking about this exercise, was that we, especially since the GPAC added that at the very end, and it didn't seem essential, and then since we've gotten additional feedback from developers, it doesn't seem like it's that feasible. I would, because of the uncertainty of where SB 9 will go, we kind of have a good idea about ADUs, but because of the uncertainty of where SB 9 will go, it would be my preference. I could get comfortable with where we are. It would be my preference to take something off the table in low density residential, but not all of it. But that might not be enough for me to not vote, to go with the motion that Commissioner Janoff presented. I don't know if other people have thoughts about that, but Commissioner Janoff.
Question for staff: is it possible to reduce the density and low density and still get missing middle? And if so, what would that look like?
There is probably some room to reduce it somewhat, but my understanding is if it went below 10 dwelling units per acre, then that really would eliminate the possibility of the missing middle housing. I believe that's what we've discussed previously.
Well, and if it went, well, actually, Chair Janoff or Commissioner Janoff had the floor, so.
Commissioner Janoff is thinking, so I'll lower my hand.
Okay, so my question is, and I know we talked about this earlier, that if we were going to go in this direction, that you wouldn't automatically be able to spew out what would the density, what would the number be with that change in density. But I'm sure if we took it to 10, it would be less than 279.
Correct.
Okay, but we don't know how much less. So so that's the uncertainty of this process. But we could go down that path, and in theory, I guess. But if we don't know what numbers it gives us, then it kind of makes it hard. but I would be agreeing with Commissioner Janoff that I wouldn't want to do anything that would take away the possibility of missing middle housing, because I think that really is essential to creating balance in the community. So, but if it was possible to bring it down a little bit, I think that makes a lot of sense, and that would take away some of the uncertainty with where we don't know where SB 9 is going to go. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Even though I started the motion by talking about numbers, I think at this point we should depart from that conversation and give staff the guidance. I would be willing to modify the motion or add to the motion that we consider reducing the density and low density and medium density to a number that still supports missing middle, but lowers the numbers. It may be a small number, but it's, if that makes sense to do so. I don't need to know what that number is. Staff can take that into consideration and then run the numbers and include that as part of the, the illustration of how the numbers come down. But I would be willing to do that. I think the numbers themselves are kind of general, but if we can get more specific reductions in density without losing the benefits that the GPAC has put forward, I would say that is a reasonable inclusion.
Thank you for that. Let's see, I think it was Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Thomas.
I think it was Commissioner Thomas first.
Oh, thank you for that. So, actually, Director Paulson is weighing in, so I just want to make sure we capture staff's comments before we continue to deliberate on this.
So since Commissioner Clark was the seconder, she would need to accept that amendment.
Yes, I accept that amendment. Can I ask a question about it, or do I need to second it before I can ask a question?
You can ask a clarifying question.
Yeah, I think you can ask a question.
So I just want to clarify, I want to make sure that we're on the same page about what it would mean to still allow missing middle. I think we need to be really clear about that. So for me, it would be all the way up to 4plexes, because I think that those are able to very well fit the structure of a single family home, and that they don't look very different from triplexes and stuff, but they're still affordable. And so would that be what we consider?
I think missing middle to me means whatever number of units is proposed. It doesn't have to be up to a limit, I don't think, but I would certainly be in support of 4plexes or 5 or 6s.
Because I think oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Commissioner Clark, if you, and staff would probably explain it even better than me, but if you're looking at, let's just say the hearing we had earlier today, the 6,800 square foot lot, I mean, you have to do the math and figure out if you're doing 10 dwelling units maximum per acre, then what percentage of an acre that is. And so if it's 10, it depends on the size of the lot, whether you could get 4 units, if that makes sense.
Okay, I do see what you mean.
Yeah, and so it wouldn't unilaterally be true that I even with 12 dwelling units per acre, I'm not sure if you could do a 4plex on every single lot. But maybe staff would have a better way to talk through that. Commissioner Thomas? Oh, no, actually, Director Paulson had his hand up. I'm sorry. Did I miss that?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
thank you. I was just going to comment to Commissioner Clark's thought on if you're trying to get 4 to allow 4 units at the, at 10 dwelling units per acre, for instance, you need more than a 15,000 square foot lot. And if you're talking about, let's say 8 units as a max, then you're looking somewhere, around 20,000 square foot minimum lot size to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then maybe we need, I just want to make sure we're providing the right amount of direction, if that makes sense. So understanding what it means to slightly reduce the number. I don't know if we are being clear enough about that. I also do trust staff and they have all the context of this conversation, but.
Director Paulson?
Thank you. I'll just, and Commissioner Janoff and Clark can correct me if I'm wrong, but how I would envision staff carrying this forward to council is that there was a desire to have some reduction of the maximum density for low density residential. And so ultimately we would provide a couple options or scenarios, like I just mentioned, but we check those numbers to see what the exact number is from a lot size to get to the 4 units, to make sure that, you know, what's the minimum lot size that's required to allow 4 units. So that would be one way we would carry it forward to the council for their consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other, you know, question that we wish we knew the answer to is out of all of our low density residential, how many lots are there at that size? Because, you know, we do have a fair number of lots that are like 8,000 square foot. So I mean, I don't expect staff to have the answer to that, but right, and they won't in tonight's meeting, but you know, that would be important information to know to increase the comfort level with making that decision, that recommendation. I'll go back to Commissioner Clark, and then I don't know between Commissioner Janoff and Commissioner Thomas who is first, but they both have their hands up. So.
Thank you. And yeah, I see Commissioner Janoff has her hand up. I'm curious to hear what you'll think about this, but I feel like reducing the number in low density residential is not doing what we want it to do, because where the number is only really allows up to missing middle. And so reducing the number will just reduce the number of missing middle housing. So if we do feel like we need to reduce it, I would rather go up 1 level or something. But that is it, and especially just because we don't know how many lots it would affect, and you do need a relatively large lot to do this.
Right, I hear you. So Commissioner Janoff.
So Commissioner Clark, when you say you would like to go up 1 level, do you mean to do medium density or?
Yeah, like if we felt like we needed to do that, I'd be more comfortable in medium density. Although, I mean, my preference would be to leave the motion as it originally was.
So my hand is up because I wanted to just clarify with Director Paulson that the interest is in reducing the density and low density and medium density, as long as that reduction can still accommodate missing middle. So that's, and if it can't, then I wouldn't be in favor of making a reduction. That would be, that's.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Yes, it's low and medium. I only gave the example for low. Medium, you know, right now the maximum is 24. If we, like we talked about before, if we cut it in half, it'd still be at 18. So that would accommodate missing middle, even on smaller lots than we currently are gonna, our draft general plan currently allows in low density.
Thank you.
And I think it would be fine to proceed forward with that motion, since there's still some investigation to be done, you know, as long as that provisor is that we're not eliminating missing middle, then the research can be done. And if it turns out that it doesn't work for low density residential, then that we should stay with the 2040 proposal as is kind of where I was thinking that would go. Ms. Unruh.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask whether the seconder had received enough clarification that they could accept the modification or not.
I'd like to ask one more clarifying question, and I think I'm just having a hard time grasping this, but to me, it seems like reducing the density in low density residential only has the possibility of like reducing or eliminating missing middle, because I want to know pretty much at that density level, what other types of properties there is the possibility of reducing, if that makes sense.
So I'm not sure if that's a question to me, but the motion would be to reduce density only if it did not eliminate missing middle.
Okay, and staff, are you able to clarify if there are other types of properties that might be like not possible if you go from 12 to 10 units per acre, for example?
So in just taking a look at some of the numbers, we have a lot of low density residential, for example, that's 8,000 square foot lots. And even at the 12 units per acre, that's only going to allow a duplex, the 2 units plus whatever ADUs, for example. So this modification wouldn't necessarily change for that size of lot, a whole lot, what would be allowed. It is really going to be on the slightly larger lots where there might be possibilities for triplexes or fourplexes, and we can provide some of that additional information, and that Planning Commission's recommendation was only to do the modification to this low density residential designation if it doesn't reduce or eliminate the possibility of missing middle housing. I think just based on looking at some of those numbers preliminarily, that the reduction is more likely to be possible in the medium density residential designation rather than low density residential. But we can provide the qualitative motion and from the Planning Commission and provide them some quantitative numbers that they can then consider in determining whether to accept the recommendation from Planning Commission or to do something different.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's where my stipulation was it feels like in the low density residential that wouldn't really happen, but I also think because that's in the motion, then that would be okay. So I'm still comfortable seconding the motion. Thank you everyone for clarifying.
No problem. Commissioner Thomas.
I think that I am much more comfortable just reducing the overall number by 313 from the office professional and service commercial areas, because we know that those were added at the end for GPAC. Those were like just bonus extra things that were added on at the end. And we know that that type of development is going to be the most difficult for the town to essentially incentivize, because it's just not appealing to developers. So I would be much more comfortable reducing the number by 313 with those. I think that the only thing that we achieve with reducing the density in low or medium density residential is making the SB9 pathway more appealing, which again doesn't allow for as much local input, and I think could actually like upset people in those neighborhoods. I wouldn't want to reduce any potential housing opportunities that could go through town. That I want to make our options in town more appealing than going the SB9 route, if that makes sense, because I do think that that's in the best interest of the community and neighbors, so that will be affected by any new development or redevelopment. So I'm not in favor of changing the densities, but I do understand and think that it's a good compromise to knock those 313 units off from those two places. I think that also gives a very clear recommendation to town council. And I'm afraid that if we say, oh, we can change the densities a little bit for low and medium density residential, and we forward that along to town council, it's not quite as clear. And then that is a concern to me, that like we're not going to really see the final number before we forward that. So that's where I'm at with this motion.
Okay, so I mean, based on us having a motion, a second, you would be a no vote. I I would go ahead and comment before I go back to Commissioner Clark that, based on Commissioner Clark and I both went to the recent Planning Commissioners Academy, and they did a pretty extensive thing on SB9. And what I remember them talking about was that it actually is really hard to strictly only with SB9 to get a fourplex. So because you'd have to do it with a lot split, start with a lot split, and it was my understanding of it, and so it isn't. It would have to be supplemented by ordinances from towns that would help facilitate that. So it isn't necessarily the panacea that everyone thought it was, and that's why they're not expecting the take-up rate to be super high, because not everyone's going to want to do a lot split. But that being said, I mean, we don't know for sure, right? And so I understand your concern, but given that we have this motion on the table, we should probably see that through and see if we can get enough votes and go from there. But Commissioner Clark, you wanted to comment, and it's fine to go ahead.
Can I ask a clarifying question about that? Because I think that, that makes me feel better if you think that it is going to not be as appealing, because SB, like, to do a fourplex at that level through the SB9 route. Because I do think that, I hope that we're all on the same page, that we want people to take the local town route versus the SB9 route as much as possible. I'm trying to ask you, Chair Hansen, you're not concerned that reducing the density slightly in these two areas would discourage people from going through town, or only give people options to go through SB9?
Based on what I understand, which is, I'm no expert, but based on what I've heard about SB9 so far, and staff probably knows more than me, I don't know that you could make the statement that slightly reducing the densities in low density residential for our general plan would open the door for SB9, because I think there's enough things about SB9 that are limiting that's all.
Okay, thank you.
If staff has anything more to add on the SB9, because you guys are closer to it than I am, but that was my impression. So, and I don't see them. Okay, Commissioner Clark, and then Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. I'll add something on SB9. It doesn't allow fourplexes, which I think is another reason why these density changes are really important, because they'll open up that possibility. Because that's something I'm bummed about with SB9, is that wasn't an option. And then I want to clarify something. So the amendment to Commissioner Janoff's original motion had been made because of Chair Hansen's concerns with low density residential. And so I wasn't sure how medium density residential became part of the motion, and if it officially is part of it, because it would be my preference to keep it for just low density residential.
I would have said both low and medium density residential with a slight reduction, with the idea that I'm not taking too much off the table for any one particular thing. That was my logic.
Cool. That's good with me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm having trouble understanding how we would give meaningful direction to the council if we're talking about not impairing the missing middle in the low density and medium density designations. I mean, I don't see how we can, given the variety of types of those kind of housings with, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, I don't know how that can materially be evaluated. Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, staff, what could happen? Well, first of all, we aren't going to get any more clarity on this for our meeting tonight. So then, if we were able to, get a resolution on this and get a majority vote, what could you tell the council on this particular point?
Thank you. What I heard from the Planning Commission this evening on this item and this motion is that the recommendation, if this were supported, the recommendation to Town Council is to remove the housing densities from the office and service commercial, and to consider lowering the allowed densities in the low and medium density residential zones, but only to a point that would still allow the missing middle. So as I said, it's more of a qualitative, kind of quality direction rather than a number direction. It's indicating that you recognize that there is interest from the community to not increase the densities in those zones, those designations, as far as is in the draft general plan, but recognizing the importance of missing middle housing, and so that they could then, when they have additional numbers, consider that recommendation and how to implement it if they support it. Is that helpful?
I guess the Vice Chair Bernard took his hand down, so I guess he got his answer as much as we have an answer. That's okay.
It seems to me that it's still pretty ambiguous and doesn't give a lot of direction. I would favor going for a number such as I proposed, or a bigger number than that, but I think we're moving into a nebulous area.
Well, I'm going to respond back, and then there's Ms. Armour has her hand up. So.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to call attention to the fact that it is 10:57, and so we will need a motion if we want to go past 11 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask someone to make a motion to continue to 11:30, because I would like to at least finish this part of the discussion. I don't think we'll finish the rest of the plan, but let's. So would someone make a motion to continue to 11:30? Let's see. I've got Commissioner Janoff. Is that a motion? And then Commissioner Thomas.
Sorry, I had my hand up for a clarification, but
okay.
Defer to Commissioner Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas.
I move to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Okay, thank you for that. And do we have a second? Commissioner Clark.
Second.
Okay, and then a quick roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, and we may not need to go to 11:30, but so Commissioner Janoff, you had a question, and then I think Commissioner Thomas does as well. So.
Yeah, actually, a clarification. The purpose of adding the low density and medium density reduction possibilities is to call attention to the council that if it goes too far, they'll lose missing middle. And so it's really a notion that if that GPAC felt very strongly about missing middle, and we had over the course of time a number of council members on the GPAC also very much in favor of missing middle. So it's really not a number per se. I mean, staff will get it down to a number by the time this goes to council, so they'll know what that is. But the notion is, Planning Commission is in favor of retaining missing middle.
And so to add on to that, I mean, if you look at it from the number perspective, such as you did, Vice Chair Barnett, it has to translate into a change in density. So if you say all, then it goes back to 2020. But if it's half and you say, I want to reduce the number in half, then staff has to do the calculations to determine at what density level would it actually translate into half of that. So you wouldn't know the answer to that if you put the number out there either, in terms of the only thing that will change in the actual general plan is the density, because we don't we don't, we have control over the exact number. We've only a model that translates from the density. So if that makes sense. Commissioner Thomas.
I understand what you're saying, but I do still have the same concerns as Commissioner Barnett or Vice Chair Barnett. And so therefore I'd still just feel comfortable like knocking off the office professional and service commercial, because I feel like that's just a very specific thing that we can eliminate from this equation and sends a message that we think that missing middle is still important, which is also what we want to do as a group.
So through the chair, that number is already part of the motion.
I know, but I mean, I think that that's the only part of the motion that I support. I don't want to change the densities also, because I think that then it does get into a gray area and we're forwarding something that we haven't seen the final numbers of.
Okay, that's a fair comment. Are there others that would like to comment on this? Commissioner Clark.
I agree overall with Commissioner Thomas. I think that would definitely be my preferred motion, but I don't think that's the direction we're overall going. And I also think that Commissioner Janoff's motion does kind of acknowledge that council still very well might reduce these numbers further. And so if we do it this way, there's a very strong message to keep missing middle housing. And we've also created a path in which missing middle housing is retained in the general plan. And so, yeah, I think for those reasons, I prefer this motion overall.
Yep. And I don't like having, an uncertain situation go along to council, but I feel like there's enough parameters on it with Chair Janoff's or Commissioner Janoff's motion. And then, as I said, we kind of knew when we had this, we had a meeting before this meeting to discuss it, that we would end up with incomplete information because you can't off the top of your head translate densities into numbers necessarily. So we would have ended up in this situation unless we went with one of the numbers that's on this page here in the staff report. And so, because they've already done those calculations for us for those. If there's no other comments, I think it would be worth going ahead and taking a vote and see where we stand. And if we can't get a majority, that's fine. We'll have to come up with another motion and go from there. So so the motion on the table, do we need to go back over it, or is everyone clear? I think Commissioner Janoff did outline it several times, so I think we're fine. So I will start out with Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Raspy.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
No.
And I vote yes. So we're split 3-3. Okay. So the motion fails, and we have to kind of go back and come up with another suggestion. So the Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Janoff.
Commissioner Janoff can go. I'm fine.
Okay.
So we understand the concern that Commissioner Thomas voiced, and I'd like to, if it's not inconvenient, to ask Commissioners Raspy and Vice Chair Barnett, what are if you're still with the Commissioner or Vice Chair Barnett's numbers, or is there something else that you have in mind?
Commissioner Raspy, you have your hand up.
Sure, I raised that for a different reason, but I'll answer Commissioner Janoff's question. I guess I indicated earlier, my concern, my strongest concern is changing the numbers in the low density housing designation. And the motion as presented leaves great ambiguity in that respect. It's unknown whether, if we vote for that motion, what will happen to those designations, whether those numbers will change. It could be the case that none may change. It could be the case that a great many will change. And so that uncertainty, and I appreciate the guidance we want to give the council, but I think in that formulation, it leads to too many questions and too much unknowns. So that's to hopefully answer your question, Commissioner. And then mine was a question more to staff. I'm curious, we are at, I think, 2 or 3 different positions amongst us. Is it necessary that we agree on a point to provide to council? Would it be adequate that we provide them an advisement that 2 commissioners feel this way, 3 commissioners feel this way, etc.? Would that be, because again, these are recommendations we're making to council, so I understand it. So would that be a way through this? I'm just thinking out loud, I'm sorry. And part of it is it's 11 o'clock and, so thanks so much.
Sorry. Would staff want to comment on Commissioner Raspi's question?
Yeah, thank you. So I think, ultimately, obviously, we're typically looking for, a majority motion. Obviously, there's a lot of different views and ideas across the commissioners that we have here tonight, and that's pretty obvious through the discussion. It may be that, as I've mentioned before, we'll send them verbatim minutes, and I'll defer to Ms. Pravetti after I say what I probably shouldn't say, but it is after 11, so I'm gonna say it anyway. It could get to a point where you can't reach a majority on any reconfiguration of the numbers. And so at that point, we're going to come to an impasse, and we're just going to have to, move it forward without an actual explicit motion on any reduction in the number, is my thought.
And I would support Director Paulson with that. You've had a very robust conversation over these last 2 meetings over the numbers. And so there's a lot of really good commentary for the council to consider. If you do, we do have a little bit of time yet tonight if somebody would like to try another motion, but it's perfectly fine for us to express the split, the 3-way split that has emerged through the course of these conversations. Thank you.
And so just to clarify that, I would say that if that is where the commission ends up finding themselves on the numbers, then in the end, the motion that the commission would be considering is a recommendation to forward the draft 2040 general plan to town council for consideration with the modifications that we have discussed over these 3 meetings. And no specific recommendation on modifications to the housing densities, but staff would provide a summary, and as Town Manager Pravetti mentioned, they will have access to verbatim minutes as well.
Thank you, Steph. And just to be clear, I don't believe we're at impasse yet. I think there's still discussions and ideas to be had. I just wanted to discuss the what if situation, just so we all have that kind of our head. So thank you for answering the question.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to go to another meeting anyways, because we haven't gone to the community design element or the ERR yet. So, so that isn't going to happen tonight anyway. So, the other thing that is in play here is, Commissioner Tavana is not here, so we have 6 votes instead of 7, and even the last motion would have had it couldn't have been split. So, so that being said, I think that where we're stuck is kind of where I don't think anyone has a problem. I'm not seeing that anybody has a problem with the motion to remove office and service commercial housing, and therefore the density associated with it from the 2040 general plan. The issue is around low density and medium density residential, and where the split is between, taking that off the table, except for what's already ministerial by law, or something in between. And then we have the, let's not change anything so that we can make the most possible. Commissioner Janoff and then Commissioner Clark.
So what I'm thinking is, in order to further assist, if we don't have a majority decision, is to go through the bullets on page 219 in the potential, we're talking about potential reductions. And I think for clarification to council, we should probably indicate which the planning commission would be in favor of, kind of a yes or no. And then if we had any conversation, well, I think it's clear where we are with the low density and the medium density. We've already suggested to remove the office and service, revert properties and new community designation back to neighborhood 58 units. That could be, but I think we also agreed that we don't want to reduce the density in the mixed use designation or the final bullet.
Is that like, you want us to have that, you're suggesting we have that discussion?
Well, that's my summary. Yeah. We've kind of been talking around these bullets, but I was just thinking, since these bullets were potential reductions that came, I believe, from council, then responding to those potential reduction areas is probably further gives guidance as to the recommendation of the planning commission, even if we can't reach a consensus.
Yes, I think that makes sense. Commissioner Clark, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I do feel like we can reach at least majority consensus. And I think that to me feels like an important thing to do, to really be able to pass a single general plan on with at least something that we've all come together to recommend. And earlier we were able to have a majority who agreed to eliminating the 313 from the commercial or from the office and service commercial designations. And then beyond that, the concern was that they get the strong message about missing middle housing, and also that they understand that the dissenting commissioners' concerns are related to low density and medium density residential. And so I would like to make a motion that is along the lines of the original one, which is to remove the 313 housing units from office and service commercial designations.
You mean to just get approval for that and recognize that the commission's not comfortable with the balance of it? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
I think because I think we were all in a place where we were ready to agree with that, or that we had a majority in agreement with that. And then beyond that, our concerns were that the council received certain messages. And so I think that it's recommending that number, and then us having the comfort of knowing that the council will be aware of this entire conversation and of the nuances of our conversation.
I think I understand where you're going. I'm not really comfortable with that personally. I mean, as the chair, but I mean, it is a commission decision, but I feel like we should, and it is our role to try and to come to some resolution on the other issues that are on the table besides that. Director Paulson.
I just want to say, so we have a motion on the floor, so we need to at least see if we have a second.
Yes, fair enough.
And then we can have discussion.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Thomas.
I second the motion.
Okay. So there's a motion and second, and the motion is simply about the office and service commercial. It's not. So my question is, we're not making a recommendation on the overall land use number. We're only making a recommendation on that one aspect of the land use number. Is that
I
correct?
think that my vision of it is that it's pretty much Commissioner Janoff's original motion, so that it is on the overall number with the reduction of the 313 units. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and is there other discussion? Commissioner Janoff.
Yes, I think that I would like to hear from Commissioner Barnett regarding also adding to this the community commercial to neighborhood commercial and central business district reductions. Vice Chair Barnett's recommending a 50% reduction in those numbers. And I'm just curious, one of those numbers is actually on the list of bullets from the council. And I'm just wondering whether there's agreement in adding the reverting the properties in the new community commercial back to neighborhood commercial for an additional 58 units. And reducing the central business district down to 67 units.
So Vice Chair Burnett.
Well, as to the motion that's on the floor, I thought we already voted on it, and it was a motion that failed. But in the abstract, with looking at specific line items, I would agree with the two changes that Commissioner Janoff just mentioned. But that leaves all the other ones to be discussed.
Commissioner Clark.
I'd like to amend my motion to include those two additional changes suggested by Commissioner Janoff.
And is there a second? Commissioner Thomas, do you agree to the amendment of the motion?
Yes, can they be repeated one more time before I agree? I need clarification.
Yes, and let's look at the town's bullet number 4, revert properties in the new community commercial designation back to neighborhood commercial, which would have a reduction of 58 units. And then not on this list, but Commissioner Vice Chair Barnett has recommended the central business district be reduced. I don't know what from, but to 67. Let me just look.
It's from
113.
135 total.
130, right, 135 total, down to 67.
Down to 67. In the, okay, I'm just gonna quickly, yes, I accept the second.
Okay, Ms. Armour, did you have a comment?
I was just in looking at the numbers, it looks like that the reduction in the central business district, I believe he just reduced the total number by half, which doesn't bring it, that keeps it still slightly above the densities that are currently allowed in downtown, but gets it pretty close to what the existing is. We'd have to do some numbers to figure out what that density would actually be.
And so I'll just jump in real quick. And so since the max now is 20 and the proposed is 30, he's cutting it in half to 135. So it's probably somewhere in the order of a maximum of 25 to 1 units per acre.
Okay, all right, so we do have a motion from Commissioner Clark and then a second by Commissioner Thomas. And is there more discussion? I'm not, I'll weigh in. I'm not super comfortable for a couple reasons. One is, given the discussion that we had at the Housing Element Advisory Board about the site inventory, and we did already go through downtown, we had some very passionate comments from the vice mayor who lives downtown and a few others about, there's some really wonderful opportunities for mixed use development that could fit in nicely with downtown. And, one of the specific properties that was mentioned was the post office. And while there's no application on the table at the moment that I know of, I'm not sure that given the things that we've been hearing from people about mixed use, that wouldn't come off the table if we were to take more density off the table. In fact, what I've been hearing is we might need to do more. So I'd be uncomfortable with that part of it alone, but the community commercial to neighborhood commercial was fine. But I would further add that I'm not sure that not reducing anything in low density or in medium density is going to be acceptable to Commissioner Raspy and Vice Chair Barnett. So, I mean, we can go ahead and try and vote on it, but I think I see those are the problems I see with that. Let's see, Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Clark.
So Chair Hansen, which part of the motion are you uncomfortable with?
The central business district, downtown.
The central business, just the reducing the density of that specific space.
Yep.
But you're okay with changing community commercial, reverting that back to neighborhood commercial?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's going to go through, if it's going to be, work out to not make some reduction in low density or medium density, but I could be okay with that.
Okay.
Let's see, Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. So here's my thought. Since we're clearly going to meet again, would it be possible to have staff explore that like loose guidance that we had given about reducing the densities in low and medium density residential to a point where they still allow missing middle housing? And then we would be able to use that to guide our discussion, since some of the problems were with the ambiguities.
But I'll jump in. That's a definite maybe. We'll see what we can pull together. It's almost 11:30. We still have to get through this motion if we ever actually call the question. And then we also are going to have to continue this to a date certain. So we need to keep that in mind. We may need another motion to extend past 11:30. But we will work with staff to see what we can pull up from a numbers perspective to try to get, what the minimum lot size for 4 units for missing middle is, and then see if we can go through our GIS to figure out how many lots of the lots in those designations would still remain viable.
Thank you. That's a lot of work. So thank you very much. And yeah, I think that my preference, and I don't know if this is possible, but would to be, I don't think that we need to worry about that motion I made previously. And the motion that I would prefer that we make is what I just suggested, to wait and have staff explore that possibility.
So can she just withdraw her motion?
She would need to withdraw her motion, yes.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. And then since we are running close to our deadline, I don't know that we need to continue past 11:30, as long as we can come up with a date certain and vote on that before, but I'm going to look to staff for guidance on that.
Thank you, Chair. We have looked at the town's calendars in terms of upcoming meetings and what dates might be possibilities for continuance. Next Monday, May 2nd, would be one option. If it was a 7 o'clock meeting, it would not conflict with other scheduled town meetings. Another option, unfortunately, we've got a lot of evening meetings coming up. So another option then would be Tuesday, the 10th, which is the day before your next regular meeting on the 11th, which would also be an option.
Okay. Can I just see a show of hands from the commission? I can do that without voting. Who can make it on Monday, May 2nd? I wrote 7th. Monday, May 2nd. Okay, it looks like everybody. And Tuesday, May 10th. Not as much. Okay, so let's, I'll go ahead and make the motion to continue this to a date certain of Monday, May 2nd at 7 o'clock. Can I get a second? Vice Chair Burnett.
Second the motion.
Okay, great. Commissioner Raspy, did you have a question or you're just going to second?
And no, quick question. I just want to confirm with staff that May 2nd is enough time for them to complete the work that we've asked them to do.
Thank you for that. That's a good question.
Well, as Director Paulson said, it's a definite maybe. We will pull together what information we can for a staff report this Friday, but that is the day after tomorrow. So we can pull some information, but it would likely be limited.
I just offer that, we also, if we can't get it for the Friday memo, then we can see what we can pull together on Monday for a desk item.
Okay. I think that was a good issue to raise, though. I mean, it looked like we had 5 out of 6 of us for the 10th. Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, I would just like to say that personally, I'm not looking for a precise number. It's more an order of magnitude. Are we going to get, 10%, 20%? Just so we know that there's a meaningful reduction if we go down that route. And so I know that some commissioners are keen on having a precise number, but if time doesn't allow for that analysis, then I think knowing that there's a substantial enough number or not would be sufficient for me. Anyway.
And I would say that I think we can come up with some numbers as to what density, what minimum lot size would be required for a fourplex based on a couple different densities. And then I am hopeful that we would be able, if not Friday, then by Monday, to figure out the number of parcels in our low density designation that meet that. It may be we'd need to do that for medium density as well. So I think we could get you some information. It's just, it is going to be a quick turnaround, so we don't want to promise too much.
I think that would be enough. I hope you guys feel the same way. I mean, there's always going to be more, but I think that would give us, based on what I was hearing, the questions. So can I get a second for my motion for Monday, May 2nd? Commissioner Raspy. Yes.
A second.
Okay, and then I will do a quick roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy?
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Vice Chair Burnett?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And then since we're continuing the meeting, we don't need to do the concluding things, right, staff? Okay, so then I want to thank you all for a really very good and in-depth discussion. And I think that so much good thinking has gone on, and that's why there's some, people in different directions on this thing. But I think the end result's going to be much, much better because of all the issues that we're bringing up and vetting through this process. So we will see you all on Monday, May 2nd. And good night. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.